Sure, it's gonna place.
You have truth walkers too. On the screen. I was looking at it on the screen.
Yeah.
Hebrews 13:2. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. We'll pray. Father, we thank you we thank you for everything. We thank you for the times that you put us in a position that we're able to help others. We thank you for those that help us to help others. We thank you for all the times that you've helped us when we never even knew. We thank you for your protection over this stream, over all those who are in here with us and those who will see it in the future. Lord, let everyone see the ways that they can help each other. Let us never pass by an opportunity that we may be able to help someone, even if it's just with something as simple as a kind word. And let us also not only help people because we feel we're being tested, because that would be wrong too, Lord. We love you. In Jesus' name, amen. I'm Lead Tracker E, and this is Jerry Williams, also known as Lead Horse Choctaw. And we have 4 Facebook group pages: the Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, Antlers and Surrounding Areas, the Choctaw Missing and Murdered Woman, WOMBMAN, and Sun Center and Database, the Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warriors Path page, and the Lead Tracker E Facebook page.
I usually have a book right here, but I don't have it. It's okay. But we got it here on the screen anyway.
Yeah.
Not too far over. Here, let's just tilt this a little bit. How about that? Also, our new book. There it is. Predator Bigfoot, The Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. We also have this in the Spanish version now. It's Pai Grande y el Depredador, el Sendero de Guerrero, Espiritual. I don't have the book in front of me.
We'll grab it in a minute.
Yeah, usually it's right here with us.
You keep giving that.
And we have our Bigfoot documentary. Lots of great reviews with that. Hopefully we'll be able to have that interview that's coming up very soon. But we do have a Bigfoot documentary that we did, and there are Bigfoots on the documentary and photos, and a live one that was in the trees. And you can see it very clearly. Actually, since we got just a few seconds, let me, if I got it right here, my lead tracker is grabbing that. Let me go ahead. Now, this is in the documentary. I'll go ahead and play this real fast. It's just a clip of 1 minute and 37 seconds. But this is actually the predator that's in the trees. And we're going to be talking about this area a little bit today also. We're going back there to do a lot more things there to help some people. But let me play this video for you. And this is actually the Bigfoot that's in the video. We do have photos of other videos, other Bigfoots that are in this area, bigger ones. You know, you have to name the Bigfoot because of the configuration of it. You know, this one of them looks like an alligator. One of them looks like the Chewbacca one. The other one's just pure black, and there's multiple in there. There was one that looked like a skeleton, one that looked like a bird, and things like that. But this is from the Bigfoot documentary. We're going to go ahead and play this for you, so you can get like a little sample of the Bigfoot documentary. It is $55 right now, but we're also having a sale of the Bigfoot documentary plus an autographed signed book of either the the Predator Bigfoot and Spiritual Warriors Path or the new Spanish version, by Grande, el Depredador y el Sendero del Guerrero y Espiritual. And those you can get through us through the links below if you'd like to order an autographed book. Those are 25 plus $5 shipping and handling. They're the same price on Amazon, except they're not autographed. But if you do get one from there, please leave a review after reading the book. But again, we are having a sale of $55 for a Bigfoot documentary and a signed and autographed book. Normally, the documentary is $55 by itself, and the book is 25 plus the $5. So that's what, 75, 80, 85. Basically. So yeah, so you're basically getting the book, or you're getting the DVD for half price. Yeah. Either way you want to look at it, it's a lot cheaper, and you're getting both. And but you know, we talk about, you know, that we got Bigfoots in the documentary. We've got photos of them. We show you where not to go, where we went. So of course, we're experienced that we had our protection with us. Also, God and Jesus was there with us, so we didn't have any problems. But some people are doesn't trust that they're going to be okay as far as the trackers do. So we're going to show you a little bit. Just it's a minute and 37 seconds. It's not circled in the DVD, but here we circled it for you, and I think it even talks about the DVD that's for sale right now. But we want to show you just a little clip of the DVD, and we'll show you the Bigfoot that is in the tree, and you'll just pay attention to it. You'll see that it's almost pure black, except for the face and the mouth area. But you're going to see it turn this way, and it's chewing its mouth like cud, because they always, after a while, they're going to start moving their mouth. Some of them have a long tongue that like a serpent also, but they always move their mouth, or the drool will come out also. So let's get to the clip, and we may show it twice just so you make sure that you see it. But this is in the documentary, and we are going back to this place in a few days to do some other work there, but we want to show you this real fast.
The stench of a wet dog, rotting flesh, blood, mixed with the stink of a tarantula, or rotting snakes, or no scent. The Bigfoot being observed here is herding deer to us. Through observation of humans, the Bigfoot can separate hikers from hunters, weapons or no weapons, a hunter or a hunter of Bigfoots. Trackers observe based on to tree line first. We use the shadows. We go tree to tree or bush to bush, blending into our environment. The shadows are very important to read. It is called shadow language. Distinguishing shadow upon shadow. If your visual or sense of smell do not pick up the predators, your body is made of feelings and sensors to protect you spiritually and physically. Your feelings and senses will tell you where the predator is located. If the predator is behind you, you will feel the hair on the back of the neck. If the predator is on the right or left, goose pimples, shivers, or wind will be on that same side. To locate the predator, turn towards the place of the first feeling. This is the first alert for warriors that war is here.
Being the lead tracker for the
And we'll get back to that in just a minute because we're going to be talking about that area also tonight. We also have our new webpage. So if you type in predatorbigfoot.com, it'll pull you up to our new webpage, which one of our trackers has designed this for us to help us out. You can get links to some of the most important streams that we have been doing. Plus where you can order the books, the Spanish or the English version, or the DVDs, and our links are there, and they're also in the description below. Also, tracking miracles and encounters. I'm gonna let lead tracker, I'm gonna have or ask lead tracker to explain tracking miracles and encounters.
that is a page on, or that's a playlist on the Lead Tracker channel. And if you haven't subscribed to that, please do. But we talk about our testimonies of ways that we recognize that God's miracles have saved us, prevented us from getting into trouble, or helped to get us out of trouble through divine intervention or divine orchestration, or someone that we know. Go check that out. The most recent one is of Joyce, who is one of our moderators and one of our trackers. She's a shadow tracker, and her testimony is amazing. She's on there, and then there's also several others. I don't know if Scott is in here or not, but his also is in there. Just some amazing stories. So check those out if you haven't yet, and we'll be adding more as time.
And even yeah, Scott's he just barely. I mean, there was just probably about that much room, or Scott wouldn't be with us. But God put him in just enough position to where his life was saved, and even War Chief just barely missed something to where he's still with us today, and we appreciate God for keeping our friends here with us and together.
Almost everyone has a story, and we want to record those stories and share them with others. I'm looking for a photo. I'm not just scrolling in my phone. I'm trying to find a particular drawing that we have.
Oh, okay. And also on Lead Tracker E's page, Standing Feather Stories.
That's Jerry's stories is Lead Horse Choctaw. The Native American stories behind the scene, many events that have affected us all, and we didn't even realize it, didn't know that these things were going on the backside of the news. It's really come out this year how much the media lies to everyone, and it's enlightening to be able to hear these stories from the real point of view. People always talk about there's my truth and her truth and his truth and their truth. No, there's the truth. There's just the truth, and that you'll hear some of that on those stories. They're really fascinating, encouraging, sometimes a little frightening, and we'll have more. And it's his travels, the journeys from here all the way to El Salvador, walking there to share knowledge with the people, and really even when you got to El Salvador, to teach them that even if they say our country is going to war with you, we want you to know it's not us going to war with you.
Oh, yeah.
We're here to bring peace and to teach you our war games that were a way to resolve problems that became a way to resolve problems that would have ended in death otherwise. Just fascinating stories, and check that playlist out also on the Lead Tracker channel.
Yeah, we gotta get a lot more of those because
Yeah,
they're very interesting stories. And it was
yeah.
actually to Honduras which is just after El Salvador.
Mhm.
But just remembering some of those stories is if we hadn't lived them, uh, of course they wouldn't be told, but they sound kind of far fetched. But how everything worked out, and of course we're
Divine
here.
orchestration, divine
So,
intervention.
yeah,
Yeah, really,
everything.
some of those stories could have even gone on the other channel too, huh?
Yeah, and I got one of my favorites is even though it's a song by John Lennon, it's a song called Imagine. Uh, that song came up when I was captured by the El Salvadorian military, and they're not the nicest people in the world. But that song came up with one young man, and I guess the squad that captured me um, respected this man, and he just seemed like the nicest person in the whole group. And that song came up, but that song came up twice in two different situations. That you just got to hear that story too. It just makes me smile every time I think about it.
And I can remember about that song. It's silly, but on an episode of WKRP in Cincinnati, that they were talking about how many people are upset of that song, that they they said it was a communist song, but that's it. But this is a flip side of that, of how good can come out of that
Mhm.
song too. So I thought that was really interesting to hear another uh, point of view on that.
Yeah, me too. And there's two different people from two different parts of the world, two different minds, but at least that song kind of made sure I was okay. Because if that young man didn't know that song or had that, and that's God too, putting that person right there to be the one right in front of me, because all the rest of them looked like they just wanted to shoot me and just get it over with.
And he
So,
would have actually gone on further. He meant to go further, but his mother became ill, and so he had to turn around and come back home. I was going to show just the example of the blackness with the white
okay,
popping off.
yeah,
This isn't the picture I was looking for, but when you that video earlier, how it's just in the darkness, but there's patches that are white. I was actually looking for the one that had the double eyes. But I haven't found it.
There's one on my phone too that you took the other day of the one in the tree line.
Okay.
But I can't get to that because I'm using it right
Oh
there.
yeah. Okay.
Let's see. So that's our new web page. You can go to that one, Tracking Miracles and Encounters, and the what was the other? Sorry, Standing Feather Stories, all on Lead Tracker E's page. That's Lead Tracker E 1476, all lowercase. Ways to support the channel: we have Patreon, Cash App, PayPal, and now Super Chat and Super Thanks. And we do appreciate all the help that you've been given, and all the help that we hope to see in the future to keep us going. I was actually talking to my aunt the other day. It was her 90th birthday, and she knew where we was living, and she said, there's no jobs really out there. And I said, yeah. I said, but we have a YouTube channel, and we have a tracking course, and we kind of make it that way. But everyone knows around here there's no job, so we do appreciate the support that you give and help us in that situation with things that we need to do. And we're going to be talking about that tonight too, because that support helped us do something else for another that really, really needed it at that time.
Well, and with the regular 9 to 5, we also couldn't do the things that we do.
Yeah, if we had a
Helping
regular
people.
job, of course, we couldn't be doing
Yeah.
what we were doing. We couldn't be in the tracking. We couldn't be doing the training. We couldn't be going to the places that we need to be. We couldn't be on call all the time. And sometimes we
is.
didn't call that middle of the night. So
This was the other drawing I was wanting to show you. Oh, I'm terrible at this. I am no Vanna White.
so if you'd like to support, thank you very much, and we appreciate every bit.
And one of the main ways you can support is hit like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe, and check your subscriptions.
Please.
Um,
And share.
Also, our tracker training or warrior tracker training candidate course is coming up again. Our next course, we just graduated some shadow.
War Chief just sent this.
We just okay, good.
Thank you, War Chief. For those of you that know War Chief's story, this monster was behind him when he was fishing on a riverbank. He turned around and he was at its belly button, or just below its belly button. You can see the spider in that thing. I'll move to the next photo.
The close up, yeah.
And see also how they could hide in the black like that, and then you just see a little bit of the face. It was 12 to 13 feet tall, and really they even can get much bigger than that. But he didn't even know that these things existed, and he turned around and that was right there. He actually hooked it with his fishing line. He put his rod back and it hooked it, gave it a nipple piercing, and it was a very scary, very traumatic situation. So anyway, that helps you picture better when you see how they can hide in the darkness. And sometimes the skin is solid black too. It's not always light like that. They change in appearance. There's a lot of different varieties.
Yeah, there's no two exactly alike. They all come in different shapes and sizes. Some even got the black skin, the gray skin, the light skin. Some of them even look like skeletons. They're facial. Um, but that's also how you know someone has really seen one of these things, because we've seen them and we see the certain features of how their face is put together and everything.
And in the book on page 51 through 55, we talk about their appearance. So if you have the book, we go on for several pages of the different features and qualities that they have, and why that is.
Also, this is a well, our tracker training candidate course. Our next one's coming up January 21st to April 21st. It's a 4-month internet online course. And of course, you don't have to be there at the live streams all the time, but if you can make them, it's better, because you get to interact, ask the questions. Yeah, if we say, do you have any questions, we'll go over it and over it until you understand what we're talking about. But if you do happen to miss those, you still have a whole week to watch that live stream. And if you do have questions, you can email us. And if you do email us, then we'll probably set up a stream with you, have a personal stream with you, personal meeting with you, so that we can go over it, so we make sure that you understand before we move on, because we want to make sure you understand what we're talking about before we go on.
So you'll have the rest of that week, and then you all to complete that and a homework assignment. There's not a homework assignment every week, but most weeks. But it's always something totally doable.
Yeah. So that's online. So we work with everybody. We want to make sure that everyone gets through the course, and it's totally up to you to get through that course. Just do the homework, watch the videos, and do the test if we have them. Turn in that homework, and you'll make it through. Just be consistent and stay with it once you started. What's the other thing? Shadow trackers. Also on January 21st, that's when our first day with you will be, and we're going to have a protocol meeting. We may do it a live stream, but we'll do another protocol meeting with you. And our other trackers, they've already went through the protocol meeting and kind of explain what we're looking for and what the reports will contain whenever we have our reports. And then we'll have an open floor, and then we'll answer any questions, or we're going to add to certain things what you may need to be looking for more, or if you're doing great and everything, it's going to be a short meeting. Um, but if there's more things that we need you looking for, or things like that, because it's an ongoing growth of information. It's not just a course. After that, we're still growing. There's still more information, still more things that we need to go over with you. So we're going to be another tag group. We've got the other tracking group, and this course is filling up fast. So if you do want to be in the course, this next course, get with us. Let us know. Email us. The email is in the link below also. But I would say we probably have room for maybe two
I
or
was just thinking
three
2 or 3.
more,
Yeah.
because so many people has already, and we can't go over a certain amount for the streams. So that's why it's a limited class now. Now it's really limited. There's only maybe room for 2 or 3 more. So if you're wanting to be in that course, I would let us know as soon as possible, because we don't want to turn anybody down. But if we don't have the room, we just don't have the room. And the warrior's biggest mistake, and we'll talk about that in the course, is that the warrior thinks he has time. So let's not waste time. If you're going to do it, if you want to be in that course and be a part of the tracking, you're not just a part of your tracking team, but you're a part of all of the trackers. But you'll have your own team, and you'll be with everyone for 4 months. You get to know them also. You'll build your camaraderie. You'll know who each other are, and we'll proceed after that. Um, so that's in 1 month. So 1 month, or on the 21st of January, 2 things are happening. The new trackers, the shadow trackers, are going to be starting their new journey together, and also the new tracker candidates will be starting their journey to be catching up to the rest. And we just can't wait till y'all get there. So, especially if you've taken the course and you understand what we're talking about. It's kind of hard to explain because there's too much to explain. When we talk about the symbols, the hieroglyphs, the Fibonacci, the healing sequences, dates, times, you name it. We talk about everything: dream sequences, tracking, mapping, grids, weapons, hand to hand. There's so much information that goes in this: shadow language, bird language, how we use that, translucent viewing, how we track, things like that, what we look for,
Origin, health.
origins, health, everything. There's just so much information. And once you graduate from that course, if you're not going to be fooled by anything, you're going to understand everything that is put in front of you. You're going to understand what to look for. Um, your intelligence increases, and it's not just right there, but we continue with you. And you can ask the first course, the warriors, how we're still gaining, we're still going over things, we're still um, and now we're like nitpicking, and we're finding the details and the things that we need to look for, where to look for them, and how to find them. So, and you'll be a great asset to your people, your community, your neighbors, to our teams, to
Your
the rest of the
families,
trackers, your families, your friends. You'll be able to help everyone, and you'll also be teaching your families and friends and neighbors, and you're just going to be a great asset to everybody.
You'll be surprised how much the knowledge will come in handy that you didn't even realize you would have needed it.
Yeah, right.
Kind of like when you learn a new word and then suddenly you see that word everywhere.
hmm And we're going to be talking about some of that stuff tonight also. And please remember, this is a tracker core or a tracker channel. It's not an entertainment channel. So we do have moderators, and they are to keep the foul language. Anyone who's trying to troll or talk about another topic while we're involved in this topic. And also, our in the comments, we usually go over the comments right after this. Say hello to everybody, see who's all here. and then we give the lesson or we talk about what we need to talk about. I think we're going to be a little free tonight, a little bit.
We have more freedom tonight.
And then at the end of the course, we're also going to, of course, at the end of the stream, we're also going to go over the comments again and see if there's any questions, if they are, or if, we're just going to say goodnight to everybody.
And maybe on the more free nights like this, when it's not an actual lesson or interview, a structured lesson or an interview, we may check the comments during the stream also. But we just want to always remain focused with them.
And we're going to be talking about some things tonight that the trackers know about. And this is all, like we're saying, this is an ongoing teaching tool. Just even after the course, we're going to be showing videos like this. And this is a little different video, not like the Watching Wednesdays, but this is a little different video tonight. And our trackers are going to know what these people are doing wrong. And we're going to talk about that before we even get into the video of what we're supposed to be doing. And when you're in the course, it's too much to explain right now because it takes 2 or 3 hours to go over the mapping, the grids, things that we do out there. And then, we'll do another stream and go over a little bit more detail on the mapping and the grids and everything, so that we don't just bombard you with one stream of 3 hours of grids and track mapping and then expect you to know it. We're going to go over it again because now we're going to have to add more numbers, more grids, and the use of the compass. So, and it's all easy. As we go over with you, you'll understand it. But we don't have the time to try to explain everything right now because every course is about 2 to 3 hours, I would say.
Yeah, generally almost 3.
About 2 to 3 hours, and some of our trackers, most of the trackers, every class. But if you ask any of the trackers, they're gonna say, "Yeah, I've got a notebook over here of notes, and I got a notebook over here of notes, and I've got this book." And some of them can show you their books.
But the people that come to this channel love to learn, and we really appreciate you very much.
We really do. We really do.
Good people.
So moderators, on your toes. Battle axes, sharp pointing sticks. What is that thing?
Yeah, we hear the trolls are back out. So
what's that thing that goes around?
The
Sim. Tracker J has that
star.
Thing. That's 2 star.
Oh, yeah. It was something star, morning star.
Morning stars. That's what it is.
Yeah.
There's the sword of the spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's in there. We got tomahawks ready to go. So if you're here to cause any problems or anything, it will be short-lived. I can promise you. Because there's too many moderators here who are just waiting for someone to act up like that. So let's just enjoy the time. Let's learn what's going on. This is very important what we're talking about tonight too. All of it is. And we just want to share this with you. So let's say hello to everybody and get to the comments. Do you have that there? Or
I can get it right here.
Okay. And let's see who's all here tonight. We've always got some good people in the room.
Wait a second. It's not letting me go up.
Okay, so we can go from here. Cubinator.
Cube is the first.
He's the first one.
Oh, he and Lorna have a competition going.
He was here at 5:45. We didn't start till 7. So at 5:45, he logged in. He said, "I'm gonna be first." And Lorna,
and then he went and ate dinner.
And Lorna, she like, "Well, I've got an hour. I'm gonna go ahead and log in." And she went, "What?
We're glad you're
already here.
We're always glad to see your names.
We are, all of y'all. Oh, Tracker Lorna. Wow.
Thank you, Lorna.
Thank
Tracker
you so
Lorna.
much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And we're going to talk about this help tonight also. Tracker Lorna is also saying Happy New Year's to everybody.
Oh, coming up quick.
It is. We're almost through
this
with
year
this
flew by.
time.
I think we'll all be glad for January, though.
And only on the calendar do we see that there's an ending and the beginning. Because every day is a new day, and
Yeah.
It just keeps going, but only on the calendar we call the ending and the beginning.
Q,
Cubinator.
thank you very much, Q. We
Wow.
appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Cubinator. And that's coming from Australia. This one's coming.
Yeah.
The first one came from Canada.
Appreciate you both.
Thank you so much. And everybody's thanking each other. Thank
Joyce
you
is
so
here.
much. Joyce is here. Bob is here. Let me get Joyce there. Blessings Cube and Lorna. Good job, Joyce.
Bob is here.
Bob is here. Good seeing you, Bob. And we'll have everyone's new tracker names up soon.
Bob is a new shadow tracker also.
He is graduated, and Bob is one of those.
Bob has no quit in him.
No
we
quit.
love that.
And he is patient. And
he is, and
he makes sure he understands what he's doing.
He does, and he doesn't get a chip on his shoulder.
No, he just moves, shakes it off, and moves on.
He sure does.
And he's just a
we're
great tracker.
Very proud of the shadow trackers.
And he done very well. All the trackers did very well in this course, and we're just proud of everybody. Cubaner says that he ought to say Happy New Year to everyone. It always arrives a day earlier in Australia.
Oh, okay. So Happy New Year.
So yours starts at
Pamela Smith.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody's saying hello to Bob and blessings, Bob. Truth Walker.
Hey, Truth Walker.
And we're going to be talking about you too. And just
we're going to be talking about you.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about you. But it's all good. It's good. JR.
Says surprise, surprise, surprise.
There you go. Good man. He is a good man. Let's see. Truth Walker saying hello to everybody.
Okay, that's where mine starts.
Pamela Smith.
Hey, Pamela Smith, how you doing?
How you doing, Pamela?
Blessings to you too.
All right. Everybody's saying hello to each other. Everybody's saying hello to Pamela. JR is saying hello to everybody. And Cubinator
he's reminding everyone, if they haven't already, to please hit like, share on your social media, and subscribe. Thank you for that, Cube.
Thank you, Cube. And Cube is one of the moderators with the sharp battle axe.
And don't forget to drop your Facebook link in the chat also, Cube.
That's another.
He works very hard. He's one on our Warrior Tracker team, and he puts in great effort to explain in detail how to see out there. And we appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Elastic Machinery is here.
Elastic Machinery is here.
It says very, very cool. He has the DVD in the book. We appreciate you.
Yeah, he sure does. He has all that information. Lee Tracker is here. Look at that. Everybody's saying amen to the prayers.
Lyrical Jazzy is here.
Tracker J is in.
Tracker J and Mama Bear.
And Mama Bear. All right.
The Warrior Princesses.
Everybody's saying hello. Lyrical Jazzy. Warrior Princesses.
War Chief is here.
Hey, War Chief. All right. That's a good man right there.
Very good man.
It says, amen. Holly told Warrior Trackers, Shadow Trackers, and friends. My heart is still aching.
We know it's going to be for a long, long time, but we're glad you're here with us.
And we're here with you too. And we're not going anywhere.
No way.
We're always going to be here with you. Everybody's saying hello to War Chief. War Chief. And also that you're still in the prayers of everybody.
Absolutely. War Chief says, thank you so much.
Oh, I was wondering what that was.
I figured you would.
Everyone's
War Chief knows the YouTube lingo, the chat lingo, the chat. What is it, anagrams or?
Yeah, I was like, what is that? Look who's here. Night Star.
Where? Oh, Night Stars, there she is. We're going to be talking about you too.
We're going to be talking about you too.
We may not call y'all out by name, but know that we're directly referencing y'all.
Yeah.
Even though we just call you out by name.
Yeah.
I'm talking about in specific detail.
And that says good to see you. GTSY.
Yes.
All right.
Good. Look at you.
Look at that. Everybody saying hello to each other. All right.
Graybeard.
Graybeard. All right, my man, Graybeard. How you
Graybeard's
doing?
also been through the course.
He's been through the course. Man,
He's a free agent, though.
he is. He's out there doing his own thing. He won't even accept
But
the
he wanted the knowledge.
wrench.
He's like, yeah, I got 42 wrenches. You don't need me.
We need 43. Oh, Jody. Jody Albrecht is here.
How you doing, Jody?
How you doing, Jody? She said, "Good evening, everybody."
Another shadow tracker
Another shadow tracker.
with a wonderful grin.
Oh, she'll make you smile just looking at her. Graybeard is saying hello to Cube and Night Stars and hi to anyone he's missed. And Jody is saying hello to Graybeard and Truth Walker. And
Let's go to Bob. Bob says, War Chief's beast showed up at 4 a.m. in front of my house when I rebuked them from stalking me in the park. 14 foot tall and blood red eyes. I did a spiritual jujitsu move on them so they weren't happy.
there you
Good,
go.
Bob.
Good.
And just so no one misunderstands, it was not the same beast, but a similar beast.
Mhm. And Bob's been through the course and he knows what to do, and he has advanced fast.
Yes, he
I
has.
tell you, he has advanced so fast. Cubanetter is saying,
It really is the best tracking course to study. I highly recommend Jerry and Ella's course. Thank you, Cube.
War Chief is giving thumbs up.
Jody says, agreed, Cube. It's brilliant. We
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Everybody saying hello to each other, saying hello to War Chief and Graybeard.
Graybeard says, I also recommend the course if you are wondering if you should. Thank you.
Oh,
We
Jody.
appreciate that.
Jody has helped so much with
Jody.
a lot of things.
We're talking about you tonight, too.
Yeah, we're gonna be talking about
Thank
you too,
you.
Jody. We're gonna be talking about a lot of y'all. And Tracker Lorna says, please hit the like button.
Yes,
Please
please.
hit that like button. Let's get that like button up. And JR, my man JR.
JR says, the first time I healed someone prayerfully, mentally, I was working with the song Imagine. I broke the word down to image in mind. My friend was healed instantaneously.
Good. Wow. And it does work when you're connected like that.
God is good.
Joyce.
Joyce says, take the course. It's life-changing. Thank you, Joyce.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
very, very proud of her.
Yeah, very proud. I mean,
She's
we have
a
so many good
spiritual
trackers.
warrior.
So
Yeah.
many good trackers to understand what's going on now.
Cube says, battle axe at the ready, sharpened and ready to swing.
All right. And there's Lyrical Jazzy, Tracker
With her
J.
morning star ready.
The Morning Star is ready. Tracker J, good to see you.
Joyce has her sword of the spirit.
Sword of the Spirit ready to go. Well, what's Truthwalker have?
Truthwalker says, uh-oh.
Yeah, everyone's ready to go. So
Uh-oh.
what is your weapon, Truthwalker?
Katie Seal is here.
Hey, Katie.
Blessings to you too.
We were just talking about that you're becoming a regular, and that's good. And also, Katie, you might want to think about the tracker course so you can be more involved and know the lingo and everything that we talk about.
Cube has dropped the link to his bush predators, tracking bush predators Australia link in Facebook into the chat.
And a lot of people are saying hello to Katie. And here's Cubinators, Tracking Bush Predators Australia. A very good Facebook page, and it's growing. It's growing. He has a lot of information on there to share with everybody. He breaks it down. He breaks down everything, really, so that people who haven't taken the course can understand what we're talking about.
And
Night Stars.
Has to boot out a lot of trolls, too.
Yeah, and we don't mind doing that either. Well, Appalachian Mountain Man.
Good to see you, Appalachian.
I wonder if do you have a beard? It just sounds like you would have a beard.
You better have a beard with that name.
Appalachian Mountain Man.
Says, I hope everyone had a Merry Christmas and will have a great New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. And everyone, I'm sure everyone here will. Says, hey, Graybeard. Joyce. And Tracker Lorna saying hello to Appalachian. And Cubanary saying hello to Katie.
And we're caught
And
up.
to Appalachian. And everyone saying hello to each other. All right, we're caught up. And Appalachian says, yes, sir, I have a beard.
We knew it.
We just had a feeling. So with a name like that, oh, Truth Walker has a spear.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right. That's right.
That's right.
Good,
Right.
Truth Walker.
Good. Night Stars has a wrench, a real wrench. So she will throw that too. It's a. I wish I had that picture. I mean, I do have it, but Tracker J, you got a chance. Make sure that everyone has their weapon in their, what is it called? Animation thing.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
The animation.
Yeah,
thing.
they're so cute.
So tonight we're talking about a few things that happened this week, and then we got a small video that we want to share with you in a little bit. But so we go to church at 11 and 12, and that's our commitment to God to be there. It's a small church, and sometimes people aren't there. Sometimes we're there by ourselves. But today we went there, and this was waiting on us. It's the Adult Bible Studies. I forgot what these things are called. Well, it's a Bible study.
They've just gotten it in. Yeah.
And they just got it in yesterday, Saturday, in the mail for the church. But there was nobody there at the church when we got there except for the woman who had these. And we have been there a couple times where she's left thinking nobody's coming. But they know now that no matter, every Sunday we're going to be there at 11 o'clock. You can count on us. We'll be there. So we walked in there this morning at 11 o'clock. There was nobody there, but the woman who was holding these, she got these, and she was excited.
She was sitting at the piano singing.
She was singing at the piano when we got there. She was waiting. She knew we was going to be there, and she knew that we would go over this with her. We would share this with her. Plus, I'm going to show this again. Where's Jamie?
Jamie and Lena, you snuck in. Glad you're here.
There's Jamie. She's got a question later. Okay. And you know what? If it's a question that's going to be answered in the tracker training course, I would recommend you take the tracker training course because it may be a question that these other trackers can answer. And I'm pretty sure it is. If we can answer it, they can answer. So we were, and this came in two forms. JR sent this also. Oh, let me get that off there. So JR sent this to us after we explained the day that we had. That
yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before?
Day before. Or this may have came in yesterday. 21 hours ago. So yeah, yesterday. Yeah. And that sometimes we may be entertaining angels without even knowing it. The things that we do. Angels may just be out in our path, and they may just be seeing what we're doing. And also, Truth Walker sent in almost the same. I mean, the same verse. The
same verse and another.
And another one, and also in the second one, Hebrews 13:16, she said, or the book says, and do not forget to do good and to share with others, for with such sacrifices God is pleased. And so we were in church, and this is, what was coming up. It was talking about the baby Jesus being here, and we discussed that. Do you want to explain that about how the main that was filled up?
Well, yeah, we had actually talked about before church this morning. We were having a conversation ourselves, and we, they just got these in. We hadn't even seen them. We're kind of freestyle Bible readers ourselves, not a lot of structure. We pray about it, like what verse and lead us. A verse always comes to us, or a passage. But anyway,
And also, I hate to interrupt, but what we study, and because we prepare that if there's not a pastor there, if there's not somebody there who's going to have a sermon or some studying, that we will do that. So we always prepare before we go there. And every time now, this has been coming up with what we've been studying for. It's
the way God works, the way he puts different verses and thoughts, and it's just, that's more of that orchestration. And it works with our trackers too. They'll send verses, and it all blends together seamlessly, and it's fun to watch. We love it. So we've been talking this morning about when, how they were looking for a place to stay, and the inns were all full. This inn was full, and that inn was full, and they had to have baby Jesus in the stable. Well, it could be looked at, there's two possibilities. One is that the devil made sure that they wouldn't get any room in the inn. But then on the other hand, God made sure, or turned it to make sure, that they would be safe in a barn where nobody would be looking for them. They would be looking in the inns, and animals would alert to anybody coming there. And it just turned out to be a very good thing that they were born there in that stable. And it was also a humbleness thing, or a humility thing, not in humiliation, but in how beautiful is God that he sent them in, just the most perfect, innocent, tiny child born in the most lowly of circumstances, to turn in. And he was the King of Kings, is the King of Kings, um, just to teach us also that the humble circumstances, and that's nothing to reject or be ashamed of, that God will lift you up, and go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that Mary, you know, that's a young mother. And, just even the people out there, if you've had children, you were probably younger than what you are now, especially if your children are grown. You may have had them 16, 15, especially back in these days. It was around 15 people were getting married and things like that. Even in your 20s or even in your 30s, you're still a young mother. But to go up against the whole military with spears and swords and hammer objects and metal, you probably wouldn't be do too great in a battle against a military by yourself. And also Joseph, even if he was to help defend uh, baby Jesus, that it wouldn't look the outcome doesn't look too good, and the baby would have been taken, or how everything would have worked out if you put it in the physical sense.
They say that Mary was 12 to 14 years old.
And that's a very young mother to be going up against experienced military killers and people with orders to kill. And they're searching the ends. They're searching the places where normal people would go to look for this baby. The baby that was born in an innocent baby, helpless form, who was going to be grown later, and he was going to sacrifice everything for all of us.
If the enemy was after us before we were born, like in the womb, to anyone that's going to make any kind of difference in this world for God, you can bet he was after Jesus before he ever arrived, just after that bloodline, after
Mhm.
Yeah.
So with the orchestration of having the ends filled up and having, and when you think about it, the barn is probably the safest place for the baby to be born, because you're not in public. A lot of people don't see you checking in to the inn. The inn man, your name's not on the list of what room you're in. They're not. You're not going to the restaurant or eating in the thing for whatever you're doing. You're not really visible. But if you was at an inn, they would have had your name. What room you're in, and most people at the inn, they're not going to be standing there with a sword in their chest or pointed at their chest trying to defend someone they don't know. They would have pointed and said it's room 614, third floor, whatever, however it goes. But uh, they would have gave Jesus up quick, because to them it's just a patron. And but the barn, you don't have to check in there. Nobody knows you're there but the animals. And the animals, they're alert, and they have that sense of who's good and who's bad. So they would have alerted if anyone was coming in there. So with God's orchestration, that that was the safest place, really, to be born, uh, because the mom's helpless at that time, really. The baby's helpless. Joseph would have been there, and he would have defended whatever, all the way to death. But and God knows that. So the only way to get them all safe and not have to go through any of that turmoil was to put them in the safest place for the birth that they could possibly have. Now, other people may think, oh, they was born in the stable, but that was the safest place.
Even though it sounds terrible, or it may seem terrible at the time, our circumstances sometimes turn out to be exactly what they needed to be,
Mhm.
even though we don't realize it.
And so we were in church, and we're talking about this, and
We were talking about that before we got there.
yeah,
Yeah.
and this was also the passages from Truth Walker and JR.
Yeah.
And we were talking about that this morning. I said, that's the perfect passage for us today. And I said, what do you think? She said, yep, that's it right there.
And the reason we always try to have something prepared is because this church doesn't have a pastor right now. It has one traveling pastor that does it like a circuit between 4 churches. So he's there one Sunday a month, and he's in his 80s, and he's there to just help keep the church going. And this was Jerry's childhood church, and it used to be full to the brim. People all outside. It's absolutely full of people. And now today, there's been times we've gotten there and there's no one there, and sometimes there's been
No lights.
like today, one person, yeah, no lights.
No heat. And
Yeah.
one person.
Yeah. So we always try to have a verse prepared just so that we can say some words, sing some songs, worship a little, and be there between 11 and 12, which is the time that it's always been there for this little church to be open. It's a Choctaw church, and to be there just in case somebody comes by. We want them to always have someone there during those hours, for sure.
We got to one of the passages, and it says, what does it mean for Jesus to bring us goodness and light? How do we extend Jesus's gift of goodness and light to others? And when we got to that, and we was prepared with Hebrews 13:2, which is that passage JR and Truth Walker has sent to us, and we were prepared with that one. But then it comes up in what we're studying and sharing this morning.
We always look at each other and grin because, like, we're waiting for it. We know it's going to be something that has to do with
And
what's been on our mind. Yeah.
so then, whenever that question came up, it came up to us and Eugene, the other person who was there with us. Um, we said, just the other day, and if you know the story about and this is not a picture of, this is just a picture off the internet. Um, we didn't take a picture of the man who was in need, but the picture and the man in this picture has more than this person that we met.
Oh, yeah.
Because this person right here has a crate full of supplies,
Yeah.
a nice jacket, a
nice wheelchair.
nice wheelchair, a hat with earmuffs and everything.
Yeah.
He actually has more than the person that we met the other day. And so we're bringing up that story in church of what we did with the man and getting him to the place of where we took him. And to us, that's the safest place for him to be with more help for his situation. And the other person who was in church has lived here all their life. They know the roads, they know this area. And we talked about him being in a wheelchair and that he was traveling this way. And I said, I was explaining that there's no stores out here, there's no lights out here. You're going into the mountains and it gets cold at night and it's pitch dark. You just can't see anything. And cars come through here and there's no shoulder. So you basically have to be in the ditch or these cars may, and he was already hit with another car.
Yeah. Dude, not everybody on here may know this story. We were on our way back from town and from the bank the other day, and the man at the bank gave us. We stopped by at the bank to get a calendar because they give the coolest little calendar for the year. Yeah, just like the calendar in a book form, so we can tuck our bills in there and make our notes or payments and things like that.
I want to back it up just a second because we were doing other errands because the day after Christmas everything opens back up, so we're running our errands, getting supplies that we need and everything. Lead Tracker E goes on a short track that's around the park area.
That's on the Lead Tracker E channel. Check that out.
And that's up. So I went over to find her and I tracked a little bit with her. So this is kind of extra time that we're out there. Normally we would have already been probably at the house. So we actually said, well, why don't we stop by the bank and get one of the new calendars? And which was funny because we pulled up to the bank and they said, can I help you? I said, yeah, we'd like some popcorn, a cup of coffee.
Because the lobby was closed and usually you can go in there, they got popcorn, they've got,
and some candy.
They got coffee, candy.
And he looked at us and started smiling. Kind of like, I think you're in the wrong place.
Like, it's not a Sonic drive-through, man.
I said, oh yeah, we'd like to have one of those new calendars that you have, for the new year.
So we were just playing with him about the popcorn.
But he actually brought us some popcorn.
He went and got us a handful of suckers.
A handful of suckers. And of course the new calendar and it was fun because we know the manager there. He's a good young man, and this was a new guy. But I think
just as nice.
Yeah, just as nice. But I think he walked around the corner and the manager knew us, so he probably said, "Give him some popcorn." Because every time we're there, like, "Hey, you got candy in your jar? There's some popcorn over there. There's some coffee." And sometimes we'll sit in there for a little bit before we even leave. Yeah, I think they think we move in sometimes. They're funny. They're good people. And so this is extra time that we normally wouldn't do. Normally we're just getting what we need and we're back. We try not to spend too much time and doing other things, just there and back. And so this is taking a little extra time for what we're doing, because like I said, we would have already been here. And so we're leaving the bank, and
You're doing good.
no,
Keep
go ahead.
going.
I just want to point that out that we,
Right,
yeah.
that extra time spent. So we're heading out of town, and we get just outside of town, but close to a bridge. And it's already what, probably 4, 5 o'clock when the bank was still okay. So it was after 5, but before 6 because the drive-through was still open. So it's not going to be long until dark. And we're getting close to a bridge, and he says, "What is that?" And it turns out it's a guy in a black wheelchair. He's got a medical boot on one foot, and he's trying to use his good foot to push this chair. And he's getting to where he's on the bridge. And so Jerry pulled way over to let another car pass, and then went around him because he couldn't quite see. You know, he's very focused on the road. He doesn't hardly look. That's my job, is to get details on things, right? He knows there's something there. What is that? And but he just avoids it. And so I said, "No, that's a man in a wheelchair."
Yeah, I was like, what was that?
Yeah, I think you thought it might have been a riding lawnmower or something at first, or
I thought it was kind of like a rock. I mean,
oh,
like,
okay,
because it was brown,
okay,
brown and black.
okay.
That was a sleeping bag, actually.
That was you were joking with him about the riding lawnmower. Okay, later.
No, there was another guy up the road
Oh, okay.
that
I couldn't
waved.
quite hear what you were talking about. Okay.
That waved. And I said, that guy's usually on the riding lawnmower.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, anyway, I told him what it was, and you know, we know the Bigfoot out here. We know how dark it is. We know the danger of these roads and just being on these roads, especially at night. So anyway, Jerry went up and turned around, and we went back, pulled in front of him and backed up a little to the other side of the bridge.
I think Lead Tracker E thought I was going to keep going, because the only way you could turn around is you have to go all the way up. There's a dirt road where you got to take, and then it'll circle back.
Yeah,
but you have to go all the way up to that road to get to it. And Lead Tracker is like, I just don't, I just don't feel good.
For him to get to the next road,
yeah,
would have been too far like that, you know.
Yeah, I kind of felt like she was going,
oh,
stop.
I was, yeah, yeah. I said, we
And
can't just.
She said, I don't feel good about
yeah, and we
leaving him.
We don't always encourage picking people up, but my God, you know,
Yeah.
and honestly, if I was ever going to be taken out, if it was helping someone, okay, I'll take it. But anyway, you follow your own advice, not mine. Not mine.
And I said, don't worry about it. I think I can take a guy in a wheelchair.
Yeah. Well, actually, I said that. I said, well, you know, we've got our weapons. I said, I can get in the back seat because I'm thinking you don't want somebody behind you that could put a weapon to your head. So we were also cautious, you know, because some people might pretend to be in a wheelchair and
just to get,
you know,
the vehicle.
Ted Bundy kind of thing. Yeah, right. And so anyway, it was quite a ways we had to go up to be able to turn back around, but he knew the roads, and we came back, and when the guy saw that, he was trying to
go faster to get.
Yeah. And so then he said, Jerry got out and said, how you doing? We decided I would sit in the back seat and we would let that man sit in the front seat. And Jerry said, how you doing? And he said, or how's it going? And he said, better now. Right? Better now. And we put his bag in his wheelchair, and it was just bottom of the barrel wheelchair, right? Just no, yeah, it's just not a good wheelchair, but I'm sure he was thankful for it. But anyway, he got in the car, and very quiet man, very polite man, and he also had a twitch with his head. So I'm also in the back seat praying, Lord, if that's because I can't really see him, and I'm praying if that's any kind of manifestation, Lord, if there's any demons on him or in him, get those off him, protect him, heal him. But then also, then we heard, I didn't hear the conversation they had because I was getting into the back seat when Jerry was helping him put the wheelchair up. So I didn't hear this story until later about that he had been hit by a car already. And that's why, so I think there was some nerve damage that was causing that twitch from him being in that accident. And I couldn't see this either in the back seat, but he lifted up his pants leg and showed the big scar on his leg. And then he also had the boot. Was it a different both leg? Was it the
No,
same
it was
leg that had the
it was on
boot?
the right side.
So his right leg had the scar and the left leg had the
and
boot.
the left leg had the boot.
So both legs were actually damaged. And yeah, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. But he said he had been hit by a car. And so we asked him where he was going, and he said Utah. And Jerry's like, oh, we can't get you. I don't think we can get you to Utah, but we can get you to the next safe town, you know. And so our town's, 15, 20 minutes outside of the town we were in. And we're both thinking at the same time, what's for him there? How's that going to help him? There's nothing there. There's not even a store there. What's that going to do? And he's thinking it too. And I said, well, I was wondering about Clayton. And
he didn't have any water or food.
Nothing. And so, yeah, and normally we'd also stop at the grocery store. And normally we don't trust the water around here for good reason. So normally we get 3 jugs of spring water. This time I bought 4 and 2 candy bars.
That's my, I like a candy bar once in a while.
I just get 1 candy bar because, I'll take a bite, no, I'll just have a bite of yours diet, right?
Yeah, a little bite,
So normally we actually split.
the candy bar.
Yeah, whatever.
Take a little bite.
And so anyway, but there again, like, why did I do that? I'm glad that God had me buy extra candy bar. So
yeah, extra water
really,
and extra
an
candy bar. Yeah.
Jug. So we gave him that popcorn that the boy at the bank had brought to us, and boy, he scarfed it up. He was so hungry. And then the candy bars.
He asked for a sucker.
He asked for a sucker, yeah. And right about that time, I just remembered the candy bars and pulled them out and gave one to each of you. And
when he asked for the sucker, I said, "They're all yours. Take them all."
Yeah. And he was so hungry, and I asked him if the gallon jug would be, just heavier, if it would be burdensome, but I mean, you have to have water.
Have to have.
And he said, yeah, and he was grateful for that. And so anyway, we're going down the road, and I'm digging through the back seat because you usually try to keep extra supplies in the car. And really, I used to, for homeless people, because there was a lot where I lived. There's not so many around here, but I would always keep just individual, like in a gallon baggie. It would have the most requested thing in homeless shelters is a pair of socks. And so I would always have socks and maybe a Germex and
gloves,
just different little things that not going to be too heavy for them, not take up too much space, but that everyone needs, mostly along hygiene lines and dry feet. So anyway, I'm scrounging around in the back for what I could find, but so he's got only a sleeping bag. He had a backpack on the thing, but later
it's a dirty sleeping bag. It's like it's been used quite a while.
Yeah, and he's got the coat he has on, and then there was a backpack on the wheelchair, but it's when we opened it later to put the things in it, there really wasn't. I don't even know what was in the very bottom. It was a very small backpack. He had so little. I'm telling you, he could have fit it in his pockets. And but that's good because that gave us room to be able to put some stuff in there. But the things we had in the car, we'd had a rain suit, like frog rain suit kind of thing in a little pouch. We've carried that around in the truck for 2 years and never used it. We were able to give him that because it was starting to rain, and if it wasn't a weatherproof coat he had on, it was a canvas coat. So like there was that thing there, and I only put that back in recently because we took it out. We've had it in there for 2 years, but sometimes we get over enthusiastic with pulling everything out of the truck, and then we got to put some of the regular things back in, like extra gloves and things like that. And we put that back in there just recently. I'm glad, like in the last few days, it went back out there. And so anyway, we just had some things like there was a pair of socks, Pez socks, bright orange, obnoxious, funny looking socks. Remember the little Pez dispensers? And I'd been looking for them because I wanted to send them to my youngest grandson, but I couldn't find them, and I sent him something else. And we had those socks, and I hope they make him laugh. But he was like, yeah,
That's a good
take
change
those
of
socks.
socks.
He
So.
needs those socks. Yeah, he can't. And there may be other damage to his foot too. He can't get infected, and just different little things that we had that could be useful that were in the car that he needed way more than we did. And so anyway, then we were thinking about taking him. Can we say the name of the first place? To a town that had one all-night store, right?
Yeah.
But that's an area that we also, so that was, we were going to take him a little further to that one.
But also, when we started traveling with him, we said, "Do you have a map?" And he said, "No." I said, "Well," he said, I just have to go this way. I know I have to go this way." I said, "Okay, but you're going into the mountains, and these are mountains, and they are mountains, and they got drop offs on the roads, and
Yeah.
if you come around some of these at nighttime and you don't know that drop in a wheelchair, you're going to go there and then go off the side.
Nobody would see him.
Nobody would see you.
If he
And
lost control going down a hill.
we're traveling and we're going up mountains, taking him up there. And at the very top, I said, "This place is called Divide. This is the very top of the mountain. Now we're going to go to the other side, but we still have to go up 2 or 3 mountains.
Around dangerous curves and
No,
not even reflectors on the side.
and none of those where a wheelchair could go. Shoulders, no shoulders.
No.
And
He's already been hit once.
I'm saying, man, I admire your dedication, but you won't make it up these mountains, and you won't make it down.
And he was starting to get an idea.
And out here in the dark, there's no lights, and when it gets dark, it's dark. You can't see your hand in front of your face, and there are predator Bigfoots out here.
Yeah.
And they will hunt you. They will stalk you, and they eat people.
He said, "Oh," and that was another thing. We had one book in the truck, and we wrote a little prayer for him in it, and put that in his backpack too, so he'll have some entertainment and
Knowledge.
More importantly, of what's really out there, so he can avoid those areas, because we always tell y'all the homeless are the most vulnerable.
Yeah, if a predator Bigfoot would see this guy,
easy prey.
Easy prey. That guy would have come up missing that very next day.
Yeah.
Because they're hungry. Most of the game is gone.
Yeah.
So they're looking for easy prey, and this guy was probably the easiest prey they could even think about.
Weak from not getting enough food, nutrition.
Yeah,
weak from being hurt. Yeah.
Vulnerable.
I would say he's probably, how old would you say, in his 40s or 50s?
Yeah, something like that, early 40s.
Yeah.
And we were thinking, there's just too many Bigfoots out here for a person like this to be out there. This is just a meal for them. And nobody knows this guy. And these Bigfoots figure out that this, if you see someone in a wheelchair pushing themselves in the middle of the dark with no flashlight, because he didn't have one.
No. Yeah, that was another thing we were able to
Not knowing where he's going, stumbling over everything, they're going to know this person is not a cared for person.
Yeah.
That this person is not going to a home. This person is going to be sleeping on the side of the road or something like that, looking for a place.
Yeah.
That's a prime meal for these things. And we just we can't leave this guy out here. And
no, wouldn't feel right.
And there's probably not anyone who's going to pick him up, especially at nighttime.
And then we thought about the next town, and it did have one store, and that was the first place we said we were going to, well, really the second place we said, well, we'll take you just a little further, about 20.
Well, we both kind of at the same time said,
what's Clayton?
There's nothing there.
No.
There is.
We do know that's a place where somebody's dad and girlfriend their tent was snatched up by a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And
so we know the Bigfoots are there, and they will.
Yeah, and they're very aggressive.
They see you camping out there, they will take you. And this guy was going to have to do that.
Yeah.
So we I looked in the rearview mirror. I said, well, we won't say the town, but I said, next town. And she said, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. I said, okay. I said, well, and I looked at the gas gauge. I'm like, oh, we can do it, but we're going to be okay. So we cut, because there was a shortcut cut through this one part of the mountain, and then we hit the next the main road again, and it's another 20-something miles once we get past to the other side of the mountain. But it's the safest place for him because there's a 24-hour store, there's a hospital there,
Yeah.
and they will help them there, and they have the facility, and they may have put him up in a room. They may have even got him to a place to where he could get a bus or something. There's a lot of people in that area that can help him.
Yeah.
And when we was telling this story in church, the woman who lives in this area, and she was like, "Oh my goodness."
Can't imagine being out. I wouldn't want
She
to
said, "There's
walk that
nothing out
path.
there in
No.
those mountains. There's
No
no in a wheelchair."
stores, no.
She said, "Oh my goodness, he would make
He
it."
didn't know what he was fixing to get into.
Yeah, he didn't know what he was.
I don't know who told him go that way, but that was not the way to tell him.
It was just one of those situations where we just felt that the only way to make sure that this person was safe is that we go an extra mile. We go the extra miles.
Yeah.
And take him to a place that we knew there was help, lots of people, food, and I know that they would help them. So I mean, I know he's helped there.
Yeah.
And even the person who was in church said, "Yeah, that's the best place for him to be because there's a hospital there,
Yeah.
and they will see
A lot better
anybody."
chance of getting a ride to the next place too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And we dropped him off, and he said, and hey, I'm talking to him, getting the wheelchair out, and he's getting situated, and Lee Tracker E's on the other side of the vehicle in front. And he said, "Well, I don't think I'm going to eat tonight because I don't have any money." And I said, "Well, if I know Lee Tracker E, she's probably scrounging and she's digging, and so whatever we can spare, she's going to get." So, and she come around the corner and she had a couple of dollars, and it was half of the money that we had. We didn't give more than half, but we gave half because we still needed to get back to
Get
and
gas by
things.
then, yeah.
And so she,
And we had a good flashlight with a lot of tools in it that someone had given us a while back, and it's been in our glove box, as an emergency thing. It's got like the little window breaker. It's got almost like a Swiss Army knife with it, but it's a good flashlight.
yeah,
He was excited about that.
it was. He didn't have anything,
And
Lee Tracker, he packed his backpack with everything, the raincoat, water, everything that we could, because we didn't want to make it heavy for him either.
yeah.
But we knew that you got to have water, you got to have a flashlight, you got to have a rain jacket.
And we had and I don't even know where it came from, a big giant construction trash bag. Like, so, but
Yeah,
it could go inside.
either.
Me neither.
That's
But
like,
it can go inside his sleeping bag, for better insulation.
or if it
Or
rains,
on the outside to keep it from getting wet.
or if it rains, he can put
He's
it over
careful.
his stuff to keep it dry. And
Yeah. But he didn't waste any time getting in there to order some food.
he wheeled straight to the food.
Yeah.
You could tell he was hungry.
And hopefully from there straight to the hospital behind there.
Yeah, yeah. And there was a bathroom there, facilities, free for the public and everything.
Yeah.
And that was the best place that we could get into.
But our point in telling you all this is that there's so many of you in here that have helped us and very recently, and that allowed us to be able to help him, and we're so thankful for that.
A lot of that came from Jody.
Well, we're going to call out individual names.
No, sorry.
You know who you are, and God bless you for it. A lot of people don't like
and
it.
people who has contributed or supported us through the super chat and things like that. Those funds came in handy.
So what we're saying is, y'all helped him too. You're
it wasn't
part
just
of
us.
that. It was not by any means.
This family here. This team family all helped that man be safer, because when we talk about predator Bigfoots,
we wouldn't have been able to sleep.
we wouldn't have been. these things are real. They're out here. Um, if we go out at night, we're fully loaded. We know where we're going. We got either we got teams with us, and we're not going deep into territories that we don't know.
Yeah.
We know where we're
On a
going
wheelchair with one broken foot and another injured leg.
with no lights, no weapons.
Yeah.
Uh, they wouldn't have seen this guy
Mm-mm.
again. And there wouldn't have been a missing person report.
One, he wouldn't have been he would have been walking before, and his coat was lighter. He didn't have that black chair behind him, and he got hit before.
Yeah.
When he was on 2 feet.
Even worse now.
You know, it'd be so much worse now. Lower, like you said, you didn't even realize
No, because that
exactly what you were looking at. Yeah.
no, I just veered over and I went, "What was that?" And he said, "It was a guy in a wheelchair." I said, "Out here?"
Trying to use one foot.
Yeah, because I said, "Was it motorized?" She said, "No, he was trying to move with one foot."
So I don't know if something may even been wrong with his arms because he wasn't trying to use his arms.
Maybe so.
No telling. You know, he was very quiet, very polite. But God bless him. We don't know his name, but you know, we said a prayer for him, not with him, but there was a prayer in the book.
Yeah.
And
Because once he had money, he
but we said a prayer.
he was
afterwards.
gone right to the food.
Yeah, and
He did
bathroom
not
too,
hesitate.
maybe.
Bathroom.
Yeah.
And
So, but anyway, we want to thank y'all for helping us to be able to help him.
yeah, because we wouldn't have been able to do it without y'all.
And so all that tied in to be perfect for this
And even
this lesson today when we got to church.
even the woman, when she got to this part where it says, "Whom do you know who is struggling during this season?" And she goes, that's that man.
Yeah.
He's struggling. Then she read, "How do we extend to them the light of Christ in a way that will renew their faith?" And she said, "Just by the things that y'all were doing and helping him and taking him all that way, it's about 80 miles, and giving him food, clothing, shelter, water, supplies, flashlights or a flashlight, um, and the prayer in the book that he's going to see when he opens that book. That we talked about that sometimes the devil's testing us, and sometimes God's letting that test happen. What are they going to go that extra mile? Are they going to ensure that this person who needs help, just like the Good Samaritan, where he took him to the end?
Yeah, 2 people passed by that were basically with the church.
Yeah.
They crossed over just to not help him.
Just kept going, and we said we can't do it. We gotta go turn around.
And we talked about how even just a phone call to somebody, if somebody crosses your mind, go ahead and call them and check on them, see how they're doing. Those are ways that we can help people. There's just a lot of different ways that we can help people that don't even necessarily cost money. Some of the best ways to help people are kind words, kind deeds, things like that. So anyway, that was our lesson this morning.
And
And
everything just tied in.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
And we kind of laughed at God's orchestration, because he's always putting something or giving us something
that makes sense later. Yeah.
And even whenever we all of a sudden, if someone supports us and sends some funds, we don't just go spend. We take off and go get new things or something. We use it sparingly so that we have something in case something happens. But we were gifted some funds, and we just used it for what we needed, and then this came up.
Yeah.
And then we're like, okay, we can get you there. We can get you, and we just had the money that we had on us, and so we can get you this, we can get you that. This is the very best that we could do. And even the person in church, she said, yeah, that's the very safest place for him. But she was thinking, And she said, "Oh my goodness!" Whenever, because she knows this area and she knows the hills, she knows those drop offs, and she
Mhm.
knows how dark it is. And most people know about the Bigfoots around here,
Yeah.
so they're all like,
Well, even him, when we told him, he said, "Oh,
"Yeah,
like maybe he'd heard things out there, or
yeah,
like oh,
yeah."
maybe that makes sense," or he didn't mock it. He didn't
And we don't encourage just
unless it
picking
was a
anybody
oh,
up.
you're crazy people.
Yeah. Maybe. What kind of
Oh,
car did I
oh,
get
did I get in the
into?
wrong car?
I can walk from here. I'm good. You let me off right here. But
But anyway,
we
that was our weekend.
and we was telling him, you're going into the mountains. You don't understand these hills, these mountains, these drop offs, and there's predators out here. And
Some of our tracking team knows the mountains here by now.
we even went by the. I said, you see this this fork in the road right here. I said, going down that road right there is where they hold the Bigfoot festival.
Yeah.
And there's so many reports down there, and there's a store down there that sells Bigfoot items and stuff, and they do it for profit, and they don't take it serious or take the predator serious because they're making money off of it.
Yeah.
But that's where the festival is. That's the Bigfoot festival area.
This is where you're at, brother.
You're in Bigfoot predator territory here, and you're trying to. And there's no way he would have made it through there. And any car could have clipped him. It was
So we're
just
very
too
thankful
dangerous.
that God had us running a little bit late that day, and
And we talked about that too, how
not running late, but just not being in a hurry to get
yeah,
back home.
and that some of those things like Lee Tracker, when she tracked that area, um, that was a little off protocol.
Hmm.
So that slowed us down enough to be coming out and to meet that man at the right time, to where he didn't have to struggle 10 more miles up the road or miss us.
Yeah, because we'd already passed by.
And it's getting dark.
Yeah.
When we pulled up
Oh,
and got
yeah,
him to a
and boy, the
safe place.
temperature drops fast out here in the mountains, and wet.
And nobody right
And
here.
rain.
There's hardly any cars that travel at night time through here.
Yeah.
And most cars are not going to pick somebody up on the side
No
of the road.
way.
And this guy's heading into Bigfoot territory.
And I'm glad too that we were together, because a single person by themselves, they would be a lot more nervous to pick
Yeah.
someone up.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
So, but anyway, that was that story, and
that's how we extend the light of Christ in a way that we renew their faith.
and how we help each other to do that.
Yeah, and you, the people out there who support us and help us, you renew our faith, because sometimes we're even just last
So we
month.
pray for y'all too.
Just last month, we was like, we've got enough to cover the water bill,
Yeah.
maybe one more electric, and it's like $25 electric, like one more week of electricity.
Yeah, it's different around here. It's pretty cool. It's like a prepaid. It's a prepaid electric card. I don't know what other states do this, but Texas didn't do it. So it alerts you when you're getting low. The lowest I think we've got was like $1.30.
No, lowest we got was 54 cents.
54 cents, because it alerts you it's ticking down. So we know about how much it's going to cost every day, depending on what we use. And then we just pay 25 at a time.
I know on that day I called,
but it's really not expensive around here for electricity.
It's not. And I said, I don't know if this is our account number, because I couldn't remember. I mean, I typed in the account number. And I was like, I can't remember if that's our account number or not. But then I went, but it's got 54 cents on it, so I don't care whose it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to put some money on it.
They need it.
Somebody needs it. But luckily it was ours.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you to each of you.
Yeah, thank you out
God
there.
bless you all
for your support.
Yeah.
And we've got, like we said, I want to show this picture right here, because this is where we have to go next. And this man right here, he's a well-known Choctaw elder. This is at the church in the eating area. He's going to teach us to ride horses again. Of course, everybody's been on a horse once in a while in their life. It's been a long time since I've been on
Since
one.
I was a kid. Yeah.
And there's 3 horses left.
So he's lost another one
Out of
since we were
12.
there. Yeah, out
Yeah.
of 12.
He's lost another one.
The Bigfoots have been getting his horses.
They've been taking his horses one at a time. He had 12.
If you've seen the documentary where we went into that one cave, this was that property.
Yeah. And so we actually want to go out there and ride those horses and get to know the horses and get more familiarized with riding horses. Because I would love in our next tracker meet and greet.
You've been saying that, yeah.
Yeah, we was wanting to do it this year, but we got too busy. But to have a horse ride or a trail ride with everybody and have everybody on horses and riding together and getting into the rivers and things and do some scouting that way because we can get there quicker with horses. But he's going to teach us how to ride again, how to do everything with the
Share
horses.
his horses with us, yeah.
Yeah, share his horses with us. And when the Bigfoot see that these horses are being used and that these horses have someone who is going to come at least once a week if we can to ride these horses, they're going to be more off to like, they're going to miss these horses. And the Bigfoots are going to see us with our shotguns, our other weapons, and we're going to be looking for tracks and things like that when we're out there. So we're trying to also help save the rest of these horses by going out and learning how to ride and be with this gentleman out there, a good man. And that's where the documentary.
He seems excited.
Yeah, he does. He wants to ride again. He's been itching to get on the horse. He used to always ride all the time, and
he said since he was 6 years old, he's been riding horses.
6 years old, and we filmed over there, and that's that Bigfoot that we showed you in the beginning. That comes from his property, and most of those Bigfoots, majority come from that property that's in the documentary in the DVD, and that's the area that we're going to be going back to. We went back one time and didn't see any horses, so we was worried about that. And he had 4 left at that time. Now he's only got 3 left. So we want to go out there and be with the horses and give support that way. And just by riding the horses and having these predators see that these horses are being used,
and that he's not alone out there,
and that he's not alone, that hopefully they'll
leave those horses alone.
Yeah, that they'll leave those horses alone. So even though it's going to be fun, it's still work.
Yeah.
And still tracking. We're going to be doing tracking with the horses, and we're going to get more familiar with how to ride and things like that. So
his place is also where the buck was up. It's a trailer house, so up several stairs onto the front, trying to get as close to the front door as possible under the porch light, to try to be more safe.
And he did say that the deer that he's come home, that the deer are under or around that light. That I think he's got a little street light.
They're going for any safety that they can.
So at nighttime, the deer are coming to his house, and it's the only house out there. Well, there is a neighbor's house. I don't know if they have a light on or not, but his house is in 160 acres of just woods. So those deer at nighttime, they come to his house and will be right in his front yard. They come up to the light for safety, and they know that he's there. And I know that the Bigfoot still take the deer because if they see that people aren't coming out at night or checking, that they will still take the deer. But the deer still go for that light and try to find safety there. So we're going to be showing a video. We're going to do some comments. We're going to do some comments, and then we're going to get ready for the next section. But we're going to talk about a few things before we get to the video. So we're going to check the comments.
Okay.
And catch up with that, and then we are going to um,
I do that.
begin with the video that we're going to be showing tonight. And but we want to talk about it, kind of, well, not about the video, but talk about some of the tracking courses coming up. Some of the tracking courses already been, the trackers have been graduated with, and things that that our trackers know for sure. We left off with Jamie here asking, she's got a question for later, and that's whenever we said that the trackers can probably answer that one. And she said it's a simple one, folks. It's kind of a weird kind of situation. If it's a simple question, there should be an answer already. That's why it's kind of like, it's kind of weird.
Take a real quick open line.
And Jamie's saying, how far are you?
I got it right here.
Okay.
Jamie's saying hi to everyone. How you doing,
Yeah.
folks? Katie's saying hi to everyone. Joyce says he had to be born in the stable. He was the Lamb of God. That makes perfect sense.
You're right. Good job.
Joyce always has some insight.
Yeah.
Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. Amen, Joyce, says Q.
Yeah.
Julie says, hey, Julie says, I saw that video. Great job, Lead Tracker E. Thank you.
Now, is this the same Julie that's going to be in the next tracker course? No, there's one.
I think so. I hope
Julie
so.
Shear, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
she might not want her name on here.
Oh, sorry. But good seeing you, Julie. And if it is you, we can't wait to begin again. There's some things we're going to talk about tonight that you did not get to be in those course studies that we're going to be kind of talking about tonight, about what you might have missed. I'm not really sure.
Jamie says, you may have saved his life. He could hardly move. The man, remember the Good Samaritan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was all God.
It was all God, and all putting our friends and people in our path to help us, to help
God
them.
through everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like a
Group
organization.
God, you know.
Orchestration there.
Thank you, Lord. Julie says, my thoughts exactly, Jamie. Cube says, system kicked me out. I'm back. Jamie says, this pulls at your heartstrings. He's downtrodden. All he has is his hands. Who does he have to turn to? Sons or daughters who worry about him. Jesus wants us to have a heart of flesh. Yeah. Jamie says, God bless you, Jerry and E. This is what the Lord calls righteousness. Hey, God bless all of us, and He has, and He does.
Us together.
We're
all
thankful.
Of us together.
But thank you, Jamie. JR says you went the extra mile. JR says to ensure his safety. Elastic Machinery says, I'll be watching in the background. Thanks for the surprise live stream. JR says, God takes us all the way, never leaving us halfway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jody says, beautifully said, JR. He is a wordsmith.
He is.
Joyce says, Matthew 25:40-45. The king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did, we talked about this one this morning. The king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these brothers and sisters, you did for me. Yeah, we brought that one up this morning.
Because we were talking about,
Thank
you
Joyce.
fed me, you clothed me.
Yeah.
And he
we were saying you can preach the Bible all day long to somebody, but if they're hungry, all they're going to hear is their stomach growling.
Yeah.
You know. Thank you, Joyce. JR says, hey there, Night Stars and Jody. Julie says, and you all were at the bank longer than usual. Divine intervention. I truly believe that. Yeah, because we were just messing with them, because Jerry pulls up, we'll take popcorns and candy, 2 coffees to go. And
he's like, what is this, a Sonic? Come on.
Julie says, I have to go. We'll watch the rest later. Praying for all. Okay, Julie.
Okay, Julie.
Truthwalker says there were probably predator Bigfoots watching him at the time you stopped to help him. Well, it was right by a bridge,
Yeah. And we tracked that park that he passed.
Oh, but yeah, that one bridge along there, that's, I don't even like driving past that. It's just
No.
kind of it's just a treacherous place.
It's a big trap.
Big trap. Let's see. Cube says, good night, Julie. More good night, Julie's. Jamie says, my goodness, the man could have been in danger alone. He had no clue the deadly danger. He really didn't, on top of just the normal situations.
He didn't know
For
what
his
he was getting into.
circumstances. Yeah. Jody says, Joyce, that is beautiful truth. Great share. Thank you. Yeah. Joyce always has a, what they call a timely word, truly.
Mhm.
Hey, Tracker A's here.
Hey, Tracker A. All right. Good to see you.
Um,
Lyrical Jazzy saying goodbye to Julie.
okay, we're all caught up.
Heart of Dixie, Heart of Dixie, Heart of Dixie, Heart of Dixie, Heart of Dixie saying hi, night stars. Okay, it's gonna so when as in the tracking course, more towards the end, we talk about mapping, grids, compass, terrain, um, how to plan your grid, use your azimuth, how to use your compass, and even
Go refill.
even a way station or a way what was it? A waypoint. Sorry. Um, and the people in the video that we're going to be um, sharing their video tonight, they're hikers, normal hikers, not Bigfoot people, not. We're going to have that more on the Watch It Wednesday, but these are regular people who go hiking. And as we know, regular people don't understand what trackers know. Now, when a tracker goes into a field, um, we want to know where we're going for one, for the first thing. We want to know what the terrain looks like. We want to familiarize ourselves with that terrain. We want to know where the creeks are, where the hills are. Let me get some photos up here. These are some of the things in the tracker course. We want to know what the map looks like. Ridges, saddles, elevations, cliffs, valleys, hills, the creeks, the contour lines, how many feet they are, 10 foot most, and the grid work. We also use our military protractor to map our courses out before we go. Then we use our azimuth. We want to find the degrees that we're going to go. And here is a picture of using the protractor to find our location. Then, of course, those contour lines, the black lines are contour lines, and the blue is the water pathways. The little dots. Probably, well, it's kind of hard to see. But after we get our grid, we're using our protractor on our map. We're familiarizing ourselves with our territories. And when we're talking about that, we want to look at the map. We want to know where a hill is. We want to know where the waters are, so that if we're traveling through the mountains and we get to a creek and there's not a creek that's supposed to be on a map, we know we went the wrong way. So we need to reshoot our azimuth. We need to make sure our degrees are. We need to check our compass. We need to back up and find out where we went wrong. We don't continue. We don't try to figure it out that way. We come back, start over, because we know where we come from. And after we get our azimuth, get it worked out, then we shoot our compass. We're getting our degrees, and we teach you how to use the compass. A lot of people pick up a compass, so like, hey, I got a compass, but they never know exactly how to use the compass.
I was one of those.
And even some of our trackers, in the course, everyone got a compass now. but we all know how to use the compass so that we don't get lost out there. And that's the one thing, we plan our route out. We don't just we don't look at someone else's map and say, okay, this is where we're going. We look at a map and we want to know where that hill is, where that creek is, where that ravine is, because this is going to help us out there, because we could get out there and go, okay, well, there's that hill, there's that creek, there's that waterway, there's that valley, there's that cliff. So we know where we're at before we even get out there.
You know, today we have a field reporter in Oregon that just sent us, and I shared it on the Lead Tracker e-Facebook page. She sent an article, and it's about two men that were out Sasquatch hunting. Or it said Sasquatch hunters. One was in his 40s, I believe, and the other was in his, or one in his 50s, one in his 30s. But they both died. They got out there, and it doesn't say why they called it overexposure. We don't know if there's more to the story or if they just got lost or what happened, but that happened on they didn't show up Christmas Day. They were supposed to be back Christmas Eve, and they're both gone now. So this is important information.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we talk about also, that these predator Bigfoots will drink that blood. They will take that blood from the body and leave the body, and they will leave it as exposure. So when the exposure comes up on any report, check that blood.
Yeah.
Check for blood loss, because they will drink the blood out of somebody, either a puncture wound underneath the right arm or the right leg where those veins come up.
It might be exposure to Bigfoot.
Yeah, these Bigfoots
Look,
know.
I went in the kitchen and I found popcorn.
Hey,
We went the next day to your aunt's birthday party. She turned 90 and our popcorn was replaced.
Yeah, and even there is we're not gonna say the names, but another person sent some funds
Yeah,
today after church today
Yeah.
and said this is for food and fuel,
and that was a surprise.
and that was being replaced. Even the popcorn was
so that
replaced.
was, yeah. God's
So-
so cool.
And we didn't get any suckers back, but we got
We
M&M
don't
chocolate
need
chip
them.
cookies,
did, yeah.
and I like
And
M&M chocolate.
We
chip
were
cookies.
overindulging on the cupcakes at the birthday party.
But they expect that from me. My family.
They do.
expects-
They're like, everybody else get their food first, and then Jerry can go through.
Yeah, because I like, all right, 'cause I'm going to eat whenever, but they know it. too.
Whatever's left.
Whatever's left. I like going last because you had your chance.
You didn't have to feel guilty.
Yeah. And so when and so all the trackers, we know how to use the compass, and we've sent that link out in case anybody wanted to refresh. And also in the next course, if we have room, you can ghost observe again if you like to refresh again. But if not, we'll send you the link again. Or I think all of you have the two links that we did on mapping, grids, and compass. So check your emails, or we can send those to you again. But we need you to know this down to the point.
And no two courses are exactly the same. We're continually adding.
Yeah, adding more of what we think this next course, what they can handle,
Mm-hmm.
and how if they're picking up quick, then we're gonna
We can
hit you
add
with
more.
some more stuff.
Yeah.
And but if we gotta slow down, we will slow down.
Yeah.
But being a part of that team afterwards, we're still going to continue that education. It's not like we're just one and done. It's a continuation, and even in these streams, it's still more education that we're sharing. It's not over. It's not. But when you're in the course, you have more information and than anyone else. So
And really, people can unexpectedly be in situations and not even know that they're going to get, we don't know what's going to happen. So if they're just in the habit of carrying these kind of things with them, or knowing how to orient themselves, just being familiar with the areas around themselves, it'll come in handy. Even if you don't think that you're going to be out there tracking, this good information to know.
oh yeah, you will be tracking. When you're out there, you're going to know what to do. You're going to keep your family safe. And When
Teach your children.
we also talk about what to take when you're going out there. You take the bare necessities. You don't weigh yourself down. You could be walking straight up mountains and you don't need 50-pound rucksacks on your
Yeah.
back. We've seen so many researchers, Bigfoot
Yeah.
researchers, carrying these big, heavy packs who don't make it halfway up the mountain. And if a Bigfoot wanted to take somebody who's fully exhausted,
Mhm.
these people aren't going to run.
They're
And
worn out by the time they
they're
get
they're
back.
going to cramp up and they're just going to stiffen up and they can't run in the first place.
Yeah.
So
So we also recommend that you learn to forage. You know, there's all kinds of
take
online videos about that and books and DVDs. Learn
and
the
scat,
plants native to your area, what you can eat if you need to.
also scat that's in the area,
Not to
tracks,
eat, right? But
Yeah.
just to recognize.
to know what's in the area. You want to know if a bear's in the area, a cougar is
Right.
in the area, and things like
I
that.
was talking about food and you said in scat.
No, wow, not that. And we also teach you how to parallel. Uh, Waypoints, leapfrogging, different terms that have to do with mapping, grid, location, so that you never get lost out there. You'll know exactly, and you got your map, you got your compass. You're going to be the one leading whoever got you lost or got themselves lost out. All of our trackers, we've already got stories of our trackers helping people who were leading out there and getting turned around. And some of our trackers had to be the ones to lead them back out. We've already got stories like that. These new trackers, shadow trackers who are in here now, we know they can, we know that if anywhere you want to put them, they're going to, if there's a specific place we need you to be in the middle of the forest, they're going to be
know
there.
how to get there. Yeah.
And no matter what, they're going to know how to get back. Well, everybody else is going to be guessing.
Equally as important. Yeah.
Yeah, looking at different things and wondering. They're just going to be like, here's the map. Okay, okay, here's configuration. Shoot your azimuth. Let's go. Let's get out of here. And that's part of the tracking course too. There's so much that goes into it. So before we go out, we want to know everything about where we're going, where the objective is, where our points are.
Even if you're not tracking, even if you're just a hiker,
Well, we'd rather you be a tracker than a hiker.
True.
We're going to be watching some hikers in just a second.
Important knowledge for them too.
All of these streams, at one point or another, they irritate us.
And make us laugh.
And make us laugh. But it's just.
And bring us concerns. Yeah.
A lot of concerns. But it's just that people don't understand how dangerous it is out there and how quickly you can get turned around. This tree looks just like that tree. Did we just see that rock? And we're gonna see in this stream tonight how easy it can be, or the dangers of what other people may set for you. And while we're talking about this video is shot in the general area. And there's Bigfoots here. And if you get lost out here, these Bigfoot's going to know that you're lost.
It's so easy to. Some of these woods look so much alike.
And in this area are mountains. So if you're looking at a terrain map, say you're looking at this, and you see these on your map, that first one that says a hill, you're gonna see that hill, find that hill, and then you're gonna look at the contour lines around that hill. You're gonna start counting those contour lines, which this person should have done. He should have familiarized himself with the terrain, which we do in our course, to know that, okay, this next hill, that's 80 feet straight up. This hill over here, that's 90 feet. This hill over here, that's 70 feet.
Every little line means something.
If once you know this and familiarize with it, you're ready for it. Okay, so we got to go 90 feet straight up this hill, 70 feet straight. Get ready, pack light. We don't need to carry anything heavy. Make sure you're prepared.
And if you're going in an area with a lot of elevation up and down, you really should have something like ski poles, or, you know,
A
like a
stick.
mountain climber would use, a walking stick. They help you both in going up and coming down.
And your
To be more
balance.
safe. You don't want to break your leg or, you know, twist an
Sometimes,
ankle
but
out
if you've
there.
got a heavy backpack and
You're
you're
off
going straight
balance.
up, you can go off
You
balance.
sure can.
Easy. And
Some of these things are right at cliff lines,
yeah.
ridge lines. Yeah.
And make sure you've got hiking boots. Don't go out there in tennis shoes or flip flops or high heels or
We've seen it.
we've seen it.
Shorts.
Shorts.
You
Don't go
know,
out there in shorts.
there's snakes. There, you know, familiarize yourself
There's
and avoid
stickers.
problems.
There's things that can cut you out there.
Oh yeah.
Branches that can scratch you.
Can't stand it in all these movies and a lot of the videos when they go hiking. You know, like a lot of the Bigfoot movies, they always put the girls in little short shorts, and
Mm-hmm.
and they would be so scratched up and
And
insect
that's a blood
bites.
scent.
And yeah,
And the Bigfoots will just go, there's blood.
yeah.
There's blood out here. And it's just like a shark. That sense of smell is just like a shark. They can smell it for miles and they will track it down. Something's bleeding out here. There's food out here. And blood means food to these things.
Which also, if nobody's ever told you, don't go hiking out in these woods if you're a woman and you're on your cycle.
Yeah.
Don't let your teenage daughters teach them. That's not the time to do that.
And when you familiarize yourself with a map, all maps are flat. So if you see just lines like this gentleman's going to show, it's not showing elevation. It's showing a flat line that you got to go this way, but this means,
Yeah, so it may look on the map like you're going 50 yards, but it didn't tell you. Or, I mean, if you knew how to read the map, you would know, yeah, but you had to go, that would be 50 yards straight through the mountain. But, you know, you're going way up and way down.
and also
A lot of
those
rocks
flat
overturning.
lines are telling you the distance, but they're not adding that this flat line means you got to go up here to be a flat line. You still got to go up here. It's talking about this as being part of that line. This straight up is part of that line. It's not telling you that you're going to go up this way and this way, then back down, straight down. And that's that little section of that little flat line is straight up and up here. Then that flat line is up here, but it looks like it's all together here. It's not telling you that. But if you know your contour lines, you know your hills, you know your direction, you shoot your azimuth, you know, and you got your compass, you know, you're gonna be, first of all, we're gonna look at those contour lines and say, okay, this is a straight line because your azimuth is a straight line to your destination degrees. But getting to that area, you're gonna familiarize yourself with the map, and you're gonna say, okay, there's an elevation up to that hill of 80 feet. The other side down is 80 feet. You've already factored that in. So your body has factored that in. It's not going to surprise you. You're not going to get there and go like, oh my goodness, we got to go straight up that thing. And that's not the only hill out
And
there.
every extra pound you're carrying is going to make a difference at that point.
And if you don't have the right shoes on, if you've got tennis shoes, sneakers, flip flops.
You never want to buy some shoes and not have them broken in first.
Yeah, definitely.
Before you go out.
And
take Band-Aids, you know, they
change
don't weigh anything, but yeah.
Every 3 miles, you change your socks.
You can let them,
or you'll get blisters.
Dry back on your,
yeah.
Hang them on your back pocket or out your pockets or something. Let them, the first pair dry.
And one of our trackers sent us a whole pack of socks.
Cramping also, yeah.
Yeah. And we still use those.
We sure do.
So trackers, we know what we're getting into before we get there. We've did the terrain. We know the elevation, where the elevation is, where the hills are. Everyone else sees a flat line. We don't look at it as a flat line. We want to see those contours. We want to know where the rivers are.
Yeah,
We
where
want to
you're
know.
gonna have to cross water.
Yeah, you want to
Yeah.
keep your feet dry. That's also with those extra socks. If you do have to cross a creek or something, make sure you try to stay the driest, because you may have to cross another one. You may have to cross another one. And then once your feet get wet, they start, kind of getting that wrinkled look.
Mhm.
They get cold and they cramp easy because
Yeah,
your feet are also trying to keep balance on rocks. So it's going
they're
like
already gonna
this.
be slippery.
And don't stop out there until you get finished, because if you stop, you're going to start cramping. And if you lock up, you're there for at least 4 hours, and you're not going to be moving fast after you're able to walk again, because you're still going to catch cramps. So you're going to be, and if you see another 80 to 90 foot elevation that you have to go straight up, yeah, it's going to be a big chore getting up there. And then you still got to come down, and that's probably not the only mountain that you got to traverse. So
And children and grandchildren love learning this stuff. This is, they think it's cool. So catch them while they think that those things are cool.
learn this, then
Teach
teach
them
them.
too. Yeah.
So now this video that we're going to show you, it is in this area.
Mhm.
We've been to some of these areas.
We tracked there. We've got several videos of tracking
Yeah,
in this park. It's Beaver's Bend State Park.
yeah. And this is
This is
called
all.
Skyline Trail.
Yeah, it's also where War Chief.
Yeah, and also Tracker M. Me and him went up there to the slaughterhouse area, and Lee Tracker, he went up there to retrieve some game cams that someone took
Or something.
or something. But I remember Tracker M saying, this is like the Bigfoot's dining room, right? Where we're going.
This is where they had 2 dropping pops.
Yeah, we got 2 dropping pods. We could have been stranded out there. People go missing out here. Um, I was talking to a state trooper one time who works with the lake patrol, and he says, "Yeah, there's people go missing all the time out here. They're never found." And we know why, but they're not saying.
Yeah.
It's predator Bigfoots that are taking these people who get lost. And Bigfoots know when people are lost, especially if they know that they're not supposed to be in that area and they're looking around and going in the wrong direction. Bigfoots know that. Animals know that. Squirrels will alert on people like, "What are you doing over here? Your trail's way over there. You should be over there." Um, so even now, all these animals know this. So we're just going to stop this film every now and then just to point out a few things. Um, and we're not going to judge this guy that much because he's not a researcher. He's not a Bigfoot guy. He's now the other ones. They think that they know what they're looking for, but they don't. And that's why we point out the things that they're missing. But
He's
this is a
content creator on a hike with his fiance.
just on a hike. But they don't know what our trackers
And
know.
she looks like she's going because she loves him.
She
when
looks
it
like
starts.
when it starts. And you know how it is when it starts. Everybody's in such a great mood. All right, let's go walk this little track and be
It'll be
back in
nothing.
just about an hour.
Yeah.
And so of course he's going to show you a map, which which will be great to have, so that if you got
An
a
app.
GPS out there that you're able to use it. But if you're not, and that's why we say the tracker course is so much more important, because if you don't have GPS, if it goes out, you still got your map, you got your compass,
Your phone got
your
dropped in
azimuth,
a river, got wet, and you couldn't use it.
and you don't need
Battery
GPS and
drained.
all that when you have your map and compass and azimuth.
Yeah. But we do still recommend this app that he talks
Yeah,
about on here.
and we do recommend using GPS out there to help you, because use that with your map. Don't count on just GPS.
Yeah.
GPS
And-
sometimes will run you into a pond.
And we also have to say a current map because things
Yeah,
change over time.
also.
There's landslides, there's just different things that happen that can change where rivers run, and it just needs to be current. The trails may change. Get as current of a map as you can. And also, most of the trails have the map on the take photos of that with you because they'll have the most current one up there generally.
Let's do comments before we go to the video.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there any?
If there are, I don't know. Oh, I didn't know it was Truth Walker's birthday, or it was. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. What level are you?
Leveling up. And I think we stopped right here with Night Stars, or Tracker A was saying hello to Night Stars. Yeah.
Okay. And then Jody says, Tracker A, I wanted to thank you. It was your video that brought me to Jerry and Ella. Your amazing essay connected the dots.
Oh, wow.
That's so cool, Jody.
It is. It is.
A says, you're welcome, Jody, and thank you.
Wow, that is.
Lyrical Jazzy says, I think it took place in Washington State National Park. My mom's auntie mentioned it to her just today. Oh, wow.
I think it may have.
Cube says, I need to redo all of my mapping. Haven't forgotten it. Just need a deeper refresher of mapping, Jerry. Yeah, we can continue to refresh.
Yeah, and even in the next course, if there's room, because we are filling up, because we can only have a certain amount, but if there is room, we can have ghost observers, or we can send you that link again, because we're gonna go over every class. We're gonna make sure everyone knows.
Yeah, Truthwalker says my birthday was yesterday. I had cake for breakfast today.
Hey, all right.
So she shares a birthday with your aunt.
Hey, yeah, it was my aunt's birthday yesterday. All right, so I'll always remember that. It was on the 28th.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, 12/28. There you go. Cuban there saying happy birthday. Tracker A saying happy belated birthday. That's when I sing.
I hope your cake was good.
Yeah.
Joyce says, hope you had a blessed birthday, Truthwalker. Truthwalker says,
one.
I did. Thanks.
All right. That's good news.
Cube says, I see just about every Yowie researcher carrying nothing more. I think he means nothing but beer, snacks, and flip-flops. What a contrast to American Sasquatch hunters. Yeah, and boy, is it dumb to go out there and tie one on. I just can't think of anything stupider. It dehydrates you.
Makes you weak.
Makes you stupid. Makes you dizzy, where your reflexes are slower.
Blurry vision.
So foolish. JR says tastes like scat, but it's good.
Hey, that's why she was like, "Oh, he don't mean scat."
Night Star says, "Hey, I carry chips and bubbly water. Lightweight, you need the water."
Yeah.
Jamie says, Jerry and E, you learn something every time. The Bigfoot bite under the armpit behind leg arteries. Thanks, Jerry and E. The compass I can learn later. I will read the book front to back. Good, Jamie.
Good, Jamie. Good.
Cube says, chips are tasty in the scrub, Night Stars.
Yeah.
But put them in a quieter bag.
Yeah.
If you're going to take them, put them in something that's not all rattly to, we want to be as quiet as we can. Jody says, ha, me too, Night Stars. Me too. No thongs, though. And she's saying that because here thongs mean something totally different than what it means in Australia. We call them flip-flops over here.
We call them flip-flops over here.
Yeah, but we used to call them thongs here back in the 80s, but now they're flip-flops. Jody says, Cube says, JR, you're not a true Yowie researcher without wearing thongs, LOL. So just know they're talking about flip-flops.
Yeah. Over in Australia.
Well, I don't know. Who knows? They're pretty strange.
Know.
I don't know.
And they're drinking, so you never know.
Yeah.
They just come up.
Night Star says, do they wear Hawaiian shirts over there? Cube. Cube says, oh yes, the brighter and louder the shirts. Some of them do that very thing. Night Star says, happy belated birthday, Truth Walker. Night Star says, yes, the perfect camouflage. In a tropical forest, maybe.
Yeah.
Truth Walker says, thanks, Night Stars. What are you doing tomorrow? Because they track together and we love that.
Yeah.
JR says, Cube, never leave the house wearing a thong.
That's JR right there.
Cube says, LOL, urban city camouflage.
Yeah.
Cube says, agreed, Jerry, 10-pound pack feels like 50-pound pack on every 100-foot incline. Yes.
Oh my God, 100-foot incline.
Yeah.
That's just, oh my goodness.
Night Star says, and you're already going to be, the higher you get, the less oxygen you're going to have.
And you're
The
going
harder
up
it
and
gets to
down
breathe. Yeah.
into that.
Night Star says, I'm seeing my mommy. It was her birthday too. Oh, wow.
Oh wow.
That's cool.
Cool.
Truth Walker says, cool. Tell her happy birthday for me.
Yeah.
Cube says, salt tablets should be taken too on any hike, no matter the weather. Yeah, we recommend the sea salt, not the regular salt. But if that's all you can get, grab some of them little packets from the that's what I used to use from just a restaurant, the little tiny packets. You can bring them too and stick them in your pack just to have or for emergency. Let's see. Night Star says,
Jamie.
okay, we'll do.
Right before night starts. Oh, it says retracted.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Okay. This one, it says there's a video from Australia on Bigfoot tracks or wild right. Wild animal.
Wild, is that a hog?
Wild animal right?
Wild donkey?
No.
I can't see it. It's too little.
It's
Ripped
like
in. Oh, probably donkey.
like
There's a video from a wild donkey ripped in half.
oh, maybe. Yeah, something's
And two,
ripped.
what's disturbing, that Bigfoot's power beyond a man's strength. Oh, absolutely. That's one of the things they like to do. Pop the heads off of their prey or rip them, just totally rip them in half.
And Night Star says, okay, will do. And Truth Walker says, I carry Mount Olive pickle juice shots.
Yeah.
And Joyce says, great idea, Truth Walker. And then Jamie says that there's a video of the Australian Bigfoot tracks and wow, something ripped in half. And two, what disturbing thought of Bigfoot's power beyond the man's strength. Yeah. Now it starts saying pickle juice. And what level are you? And Truth Walker says, or Tracker Lorna says, happy birthday, Truth Walker.
Cube says, yes, Jamie, that was taken in North Queensland a couple years back. Predator, yeah, we caught that wild hog and oh, it was a hog.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And fed on it.
Yeah.
Truth Walker says, thank you. Jamie's wishing Truth Walker happy birthday. More thank yous. Lyrical Jazzy says, I'm getting sleepy, everyone. I'll finish watching at another time. Thank you for sharing. Me and Mom will pray that the man makes it to his final destination in Utah. Good night.
Okay.
Good night to you too, and thank you. Truth Walker says, the perfect chocolate cake. Mom and Dad took me out to hibachi, and the lady I ended up sitting by, it was her birthday too. That's cool.
All right.
Jamie says, you got it, Cube. Half of it over there, other there. Cube, it did it with bare hands. Scary strength. Yeah.
Sure is.
And everybody's saying goodnight to Jazzy. Okay, we're going to start our video.
Okay. Let me turn this screen around. And then
Got our pointers.
got our pointer sticks. Let's turn this around real fast. Just a second. Okay. We gotta line it up real fast. Okay, it looks good. All right. So let's watch this hiker, not a tracker. Let's watch
This
this
hiker and the coerced hiker. we believe one of them is an actual hiker and the other just got engaged and is trying to learn to love it.
Yeah. So let's watch the hiker go, who is not a tracker, do the hiker thing.
This is the Skyline Trailhead. It's going to be about 8.5 miles to 10 miles. With I think the last mile you walk on the road to get over the 2 water crossings, but it's foggy. It's a bit rainy.
Sorry, I'm eating popcorn.
So he's headed out and it's foggy.
And he's thinking, which is a bad thing. Instead of mapping, he said, I'm thinking that the last bit's on the road. So you can already tell he doesn't know the terrain.
Miles to 10 miles. I think
He says it's around 8 to 10 miles. That's a big difference when you're tired.
On a flat road, feeling good and fresh when I was doing it every day. There was only one big hill. On a paved road, mind you, it took me 3 hours to go 10 miles.
On a flat road.
Uh-huh.
this is the Skyline Trailhead. It's going to be about 8.
That's right, Night Stars. Look at that backpack.
Yeah, and I wasn't carrying all that.
Oh my goodness. And he don't know the terrain. He thinks there's a road. He thinks it's 8 to 10 miles. And that's a big factor that he's, like we said, he's thinking, which is a bad thing, Night Stars is saying. And Tracker Lorna said, wrong choice. Yeah, you're packing up, carrying heavy things. And Jody saying she was just thinking foggy. Yeah, this guy's going in situations where we say be careful with these certain situations, foggy, rainstorms.
Half miles.
Know that in the woods too, it gets dark much more quickly than when you're out, obviously in the open air.
And this guy's not even saying anything about Bigfoots, which he is in around the Ho Chi Town area. And Ho Chi Town's covered with Bigfoot displays, shops, Broken Bow, those areas. Either he just is not going to say it or he doesn't believe that these things are real.
Graybeard says, does he have a cordless hole puncher with him? Oh no.
I don't know.
Might have an iron and an ironing board and a
And Tracker Lorna said he's starting out all wrong. Trackers would not start off like this guy. This guy, he's a hiker.
and he's strong and he's convinced her to go along and he's going to carry both their things.
Yep. And he's taking somebody with him. As a tracker, that person is your responsibility if you're taking somebody like that. But if you're a tracker, you're a team. These people are not a team. They're
Just
people.
engaged.
Yeah, these people are engaged. Let's get in an engagement pretty fast too.
10 miles. I think the last mile you walk on the road to get over the 2 water crossings, but it's foggy. It's a bit rainy. It's very nice. The scenery is pretty stunning for the area. If you listen closely, I don't know if it's picking it up, but hearing the rapids of the river we're right next to is very nice. But on our way. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. She looks enthused.
She kind of looks enthused right now. She kind of like, yeah.
To me, she didn't look enthused at all. She was very sarcastic.
Keeping there says bunch of individuals walking all together. What could possibly go wrong?
Oklahoma, baby. Say we're back on the trail now. Had too much fun taking videos and pictures over at.
First of all, you're on an 8-mile track. You walking around, you're adding to that mileage. You're walking down to the river, you're getting your feet wet, you're walking back, you're getting back on the trail. So that trail just, the length just was added to what you're thinking 8 miles is. Now it's
8 to 10.
8. Oh, you think it's 8 to 10, but now you're adding to that with all this extra.
Up and
Let me go
down.
run around over here. Let me go look over there. So
It adds up.
every step adds up. Track and learner. Great point here.
Did she have tennis shoes on?
She has tennis shoes on. She's not thinking.
Sorry if you hear us chomping on popcorn.
Yeah. Back on the trail now. Endless energy until something goes wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you're first doing it, you got plenty of energy. But you're running around. This guy just don't know what he's doing.
Say we're back on the trail now. Had too much fun taking videos and pictures over at the river down there, but I mean, can you blame me? Absolutely stunning. But this is incredibly not well marked, so you really got to make sure you're paying attention where you're going. I already had a couple down trees, made me feel like I was going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Down
On
trees.
purpose. Yep. Got to pay attention to that.
And it's not well marked. People get lost out here.
Red flags already.
Red flags, these trails with those logs and trees across them. Those are Bigfoot saying, don't come this way. This is our area.
And she's already looking tired. She got about a low energy as a slug.
She's already tired and they're just starting. Well, this guy's playing in the water.
Let's go.
Back it up.
But this is incredibly not well marked, so you really got to make sure you're paying attention where you're going. I already had a couple down trees, made me feel like I was going the wrong way. Let's go.
Well,
Bow. Now it started saying birthday cake, looks like.
this may be a bow up here.
Yeah, it looks like it may be a bowl up there.
And they're
Joyce,
already at an incline, right? From
Yeah.
the get-go.
This is already
He picked a
inclining.
very difficult trail to be taking someone with him for sure that Joyce.
They should stick to the hiking in the mall. And Jody says situational awareness 0.
Yep.
Cuban there says
Neither of them are watching their surroundings. So weird. Even before being a proper tracker, I've always been looking to the sides and forward. Yeah, and he doesn't glance back at her very much, and
she falls
get the
behind.
impression she doesn't really want to be on the camera too much or on the trip.
I think she's thinking we're just going to take a little hike.
Yeah. He said, yeah, let's just run here first.
It's just 8 miles. We
It's
got
okay.
that.
I'll carry your things.
And 8 miles in this terrain is more like
No, your shoes will be fine.
it's more like about 15 miles, I would say, or maybe 20 miles because it's terrain and how much strain you have. Tracker Lorna says,
Time to turn around, and Cube says exactly right, Jody. And says even in the mall they'd still get lost.
I bet so too.
I'm ashamed to say I have.
Back in the
I
day.
went in one door and out another, and I was like, "Where am I?"
Where am I? So that's a possible bow up there on the top left.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get this a little bit higher.
There we go. Seems like we're a little.
Right up here. Possible bow, but we've got a bow here. They don't know. They don't even understand what these things are. They
Well,
just
the way he said Oklahoma, baby, made me think they're not even from this state either.
Yeah, you're right. Another tree across the path.
Mm-hmm.
That's to trip you up, especially at nighttime. Oh my goodness, this guy just don't know where he's at and what he's doing.
There's bugs out on the like there. That's both some.
Yep, that's both some, but also
And a pull down right there.
remember this is they're on the lower level right now. So they're spending all their energy.
Yeah.
That's a pull down. They're spending all their energy right now while this guy is out having sightseeing, fun and games, showing his girlfriend he's a hiker. He's a professional hiker.
I think there's some ducks or birds or something he's trying to get a photo of.
But he has walked all the way down there, and he's going to walk all the way back, and that's wasting energy, and that's adding to the distance that they're going to be walking.
On slippery rocks.
And good point, Gray Beard. Loud River means no sound alerts. You're not going to hear anything around there.
Good.
Jeremy says, hey, y'all done spotted several boogers behind
Jeremy
these two.
Wilson says, hey, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Jeremy.
And we're going to be seeing one for sure here in a second.
I only had a 28 to 70 zoom lens, so I couldn't get too close. I hate that I don't have the camera in like 28 to 300. I'm probably gonna purchase, but I got some cool photos. I'll flash it on the screen. All those beautiful photos, even with it flying away. Wow. Back on the trail after hunting, getting good photos.
Back on the trail.
Back up just 1 second. I want to see her expression.
On his 8 mile, now 10 mile, now 11 mile.
This is the first left turn right next to the mountain river. There is a red marker on that tree up there. I don't know if you can see.
There's also a bow, sir.
That you're going to walk under.
He's talking about it. There's a little red marker right there with, you know, that the bow is pointing towards.
And the trail goes right under the bow.
This may be one right here.
Another one. Yeah.
It is slightly marked, but still barely visible, especially with all the leaves on the ground. We're going straight up there anyways.
Yes, Night Stars. I said the same thing about the red color and the red spray paint. That looks like a blood trail instead of, you know, marking it clearly and not with the red spray paint or the red colors.
Yeah. That was a sincere smile.
Yeah, let's look at her enthusiasm again real fast.
Still barely visible, especially with all the leaves on the ground. We're going straight up there anyways.
Ready?
Like
I'll tell you what.
Oh my
Seriously,
goodness.
she's so young and she's not overweight. She should have so much more energy than she does. It's concerning. But she doesn't look sick. She just looks sluggish.
And if you looked at her walk already in her
unenthused.
sneakers,
Yeah.
she's already swaying.
She's got that heavy fanny pack on.
She looks
Billy
like
pack.
she's weighed down or something.
But this is where a stick, this is where a walking stick or the little hiker poles would come in so handy.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. It is straight incline. Just like.
What was that little hand gesture she did?
Oh,
Was she like,
sorry.
why are we stopping again?
Yeah, well, let's just keep going. But he's already saying this is a straight incline. We're going straight up a mountain. It's not a flat line like the map looks, because the maps are all flat. So they're thinking it's a flat trail.
So if he had the more topographical map, he would know that they were going to be going up so high.
If he had a map like this, he would see the contour, the black contour lines, and each contour line is at least 10 foot. So he would know that's 10, 20, 30, 40 foot straight up. He wouldn't be using a flat map and expecting everything to be flat. He's like, that's straight up a hill.
He would know he would need to conserve his energy and not do all the little side tracks.
Running down there and trying to get your feet wet and take a picture of a duck.
I'll tell you what. It is straight incline. Just like the Arkansas Trail a few years back. And I'd just be looking ahead. I don't know if you can see that trail marker. It probably doesn't look like that way on the video, but I promise.
Right there.
And you can barely
You could
see
miss
these,
that so easy.
especially if it's dark. Oh my goodness. And again, looks like another bow over here also. But their map is not telling them you're going up inclines. You're going up 40, 50, 60 foot straight up. Their map is not showing them that, or they haven't even looked at the map. They just are trying to follow a path.
Some of these places out here, you literally have to be on hands and knees to get, or pull yourself from tree to tree up.
Crazy
Is that a
incline.
break? Yeah.
Well, we're doing it. We're out here. We ain't going back. Ain't that right?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I don't think she means that. Or she means I'm in hell.
Yeah. That was not enthusiastic. Like, yeah. I was like, yeah.
That was more sarcasm.
More sarcasm.
Hey, we out here. We ain't going back. Ain't that right?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Right, let's go.
So let's
Again,
go.
these red arrows are the saving grace.
So these arrows
That
are
one's
telling
almost
them,
overgrown already.
telling them where to go. So this one's saying you're going straight up, but these are telling you the direction to go.
Grace. That incline is no joke.
There's a bow behind it.
Yet we continue, even with the path being obscured. It's time for me to take this jacket off. It is getting way too warm out here.
Yeah.
James, if you're watching, look away. I'm an engaged man.
So he turns his butt to the camera.
Yeah. And then you got that big pack. You should already knew that it's going to get hot, especially if you're going up an incline.
Yeah.
You're going to get hot quick. And
More
so
than you think, and you don't want to. You don't want to get sweaty and then be in the
you
cold
should have
air.
a flannel shirt on, and that jacket should be in your backpack as a backup, just in case it rains,
or tied around his waist,
or tied around your waist.
Whew. Feels good out here. Putting the bag back on, and we're gonna get out of here.
Blind.
The thing to know about this trail, it's kind of a good.
If y'all seen that blind right behind him, see if I can stop
Putting
it.
the bag back on, and we're gonna get out of here. The thing to know about this trail, it's kind of.
Yeah, let's try to get that better.
Putting the bag back on, and we're gonna get out of here.
Right alongside their trail.
Right here. This is a Bigfoot blind. Right on that trail where he just walked by. You see all the pull down here.
And he rarely glances back at her. He looks at her when they're stopped and he's talking to the camera, really.
Yeah.
And she lags so far behind most of the time.
The thing to know about this trail, it's kind of a good thing. So there's like no switchbacks.
Pull down, blind.
Big blind right there. Possible Bigfoot right there.
So I don't think it's getting all of this. Look, it's not getting, I'm pointing at this, you can't even see the stick.
No. Maybe we need to back the camera.
Back the camera. Gee, I hope they've been able to see everything.
For the most part.
There, now you can see the blind. Clearly.
Yeah, see all this blind right here?
This looks like a pull down.
That's a possible. That's a possible.
Back here, there was another pull down.
That's a possible. All blended in there. Possible. Let me back it up just a second. But he walks right past the first one. He walks right past this one.
Never looks back at her. He doesn't know.
Doesn't understand.
Oh, feels good out here.
I didn't mean to back it up that far.
Putting the bag back on, and we're gonna get out of here.
Here's that first one.
The thing to know about this trail, it's kind of a good thing. So there's like no switchbacks.
Here's a big
all
blind.
of the incline, just straight bombing uphill. No switchbacks.
On the other side also.
Now, you see what's over his left shoulder
Look at this.
or his right shoulder?
Look at this. Somebody
sitting there.
snapshot that for us.
Snapshot that and look at that sitting right there.
Jeremy, I'm sure, already has it.
Anybody should be able to see that.
Yeah. And she just walked past and he's looking this way and she's lagging.
That thing is just sitting right there watching it.
They're just taking their time.
That thing is just sitting there watching it, watching them. They didn't walk past two blinds. There's a blind over here with a big dark figure right behind them.
See the head? You see the head and the shoulder?
Yeah.
This is the other arm. Looking for the discoloration.
That's a big one too. Well, it's not a big one. That's the juvenile. That's if it's steered up.
But it could take either of these two for sure.
Oh yeah, it could take them easy. And especially they don't even know what they're looking for. I'm gonna back it up just a second. But also you'll see those two blinds, but look how they just walk past this thing. Not even know it's there.
All of the incline, just straight bombing uphill. No switchbacks. Could be a con, could be a pro to some people. I kind of think it's a pro because I like to just power through the inclines, but
my girlfriend doesn't. It's a con to her. She been conned all right.
She is conned into this.
Looks like there's some pull downs happening.
She's
here.
like, I ain't going again. Ain't no way. Not with this guy.
could be a con, could be a pro to some people. I kind of think it's a pro because I like to just power through the inclines, but
he barely looks around. He's looking at the camera.
Yeah, he's too involved with the camera. This tree is bowed
This
here.
looks like some blinds
Blinds up here.
right alongside this path, and it looks like it's going to curve back around. So you always want to watch for blinds on both sides of it.
Yeah, right up
Every
there.
curve is a potential ambush spot.
Every curve will have something.
here is something starting to be built up.
You see how far he was in front of her?
Oh yeah. I'm not sure what that dark spot was. Our screen is not super, it doesn't have a lot of pixelations, you know, it's an old TV, but not sure about that. Some of y'all can see it better, maybe.
Also, this is a potential ambush area.
Uh-huh. Any of
Right
that,
there.
this dark spot back here, some of y'all can zoom in on that.
Right there where these trees are all bowed out.
Uh-huh.
Had too much fun taking videos and pictures over at the
Uh-oh.
Look at the look on her face.
She said, yes, you did. I think I
She
backed
says
it up
that was
too far.
fun. That was
Yeah.
fun.
I did. I backed it up too far.
So we had another log across the path. Look how far she is.
She's way
She
back.
can barely hike a leg over a small log.
And of course, on these trails, the trails are food. Deer trails are food. Hiking trails are food.
Yeah, people
Bigfoots
food,
eat. Yeah,
Yeah.
people food. Bigfoots eat people. So you're not going to find a lot of blinds right on there. They're going to be 50 yards up that hill or 50 yards down. That's where you got to look. Right here, it's a no disturbance line. They don't want to scare the game. They don't want to scare their food. They want it to keep going into the
But we want you to look at it all from up close right at your path all the way out at least 50 yards.
Yep.
Listen to the, was that crows, I think. It's okay, you didn't have to stop.
Yeah. This is what you're going to find on a lot of trails. And this is basically how you know you're on a trail, because they're going to be cut logs.
Yeah. And they'll shift those around and use them too.
Yep.
Come on, sister, you can do it.
And if you noticed, right here, this tree is also over their path. This tree's been pushed over. This one's been pushed over.
Mm-hmm.
Right on their path for people not to go there. She just crossed
farther
that
we
one.
get through the trail, you can see it.
Look how overgrown that is. This park desperately needs their trails remarked.
And people go on these trails all the time, so there's no excuse for this unless they want people to go missing and to feed these Bigfoots, these predators. This, if you did not know it was there and traveling at night, or if you got off the trail, or if there's a multiple of trails, you're not going to see this and you're going to get lost. Many people go missing up here in this area.
This one's ripped, no longer has that red color. I barely noticed it. Hard to see these things whenever the ground is completely covered with leaves most of the time, and sometimes it's not so padded out and broken for you to see, but keep an eye out for these. Look at this massive tree that fell.
So this is a blind on this end, and there'll be another blind on the other end.
But also what we need to look at is, because this is an incline going uphill. What do we see this tree doing?
Yeah, it fell downhill.
And see that root ball? This tree is not going to fall uphill. It's going to go that way. But this one's been pushed uphill.
Opposite. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah.
Right over the trail.
And that right there at the very top, that's a blind. A makeshift blind, especially right in here.
Is that her?
No, that's a leaf right now. It's just a close leaf.
Oh, okay.
But this area down here, this is all a blind area right here.
Can y'all see this better?
That's the outline of
That's
something.
what I was wondering.
But this is all a trap area.
Wow. That is insane. Oh, I'll save you the look of me hopping over that. Look at it.
The root balls are traps.
Perfect place to hide.
Right in through there. Maybe I can get a little better look at it. Right in here is a good trap area where something can hide up in there. If it's translucent, you wouldn't see it. At nighttime, trying to come through that path, coming around this corner, and it's sitting right in there.
Trail. Wow. That is insane. Oh, I'll save you the look of me hopping over that. Look at it.
Trap right there.
I can see something's been under there.
Go ahead, Ashlyn.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Ashley.
I did it way better than that.
You believe that? Oh, she heard that.
She heard that.
See his
this.
eyes?
Okay.
Ah, that's where the relook.
He knows she heard that.
I promise.
Look
at this.
She's like, I barely want to be out here and you're going to criticize how I am?
Yeah. We're going to back up a little bit with some comments here. Everybody saying good night. Oh, Night Stars had to go sleep too. So everybody saying good night to Night Stars.
Good night, Night Stars.
Cuban there saying feels good, but he sees nothing, That's right. Everybody saying good night again. Truthwalker said, I see a Bigfoot in that blind. Yeah, yeah, us too. Everybody saying good night. Track Lorna sees a face in the second blind. Yeah. Good.
Cube sees him. Jeremy sees him.
Everybody sees
Jody
it.
sees him.
Everybody sees it, but the people out here.
Cube says, amazes me. Neither can see it. Yeah, Jeremy sees it. Trucker Lorna says, have to see if it follows them.
Yeah.
Cube says, power through the inclines. What? Not much of a shared journey, given he is ignoring his girlfriend at every turn. I know. I'm thinking we track together all the time, and there's so many times he'll reach back and give me a hand in certain areas, or vice,
Yeah, or help me through something.
Jeremy says, I think they're walking through a clan or family territory. No doubt, this whole area,
especially with all the down trees on the paths.
Yeah, all of Oklahoma, really, Jeremy.
It sure is.
Jody says, I'm sure they will, Tracker Lorna.
Yeah.
Cube says, yep, hunting ground for sure, Jeremy.
Sure is.
Jamie says, unbelievable. The Black Death is just sitting there. It didn't move, like I'm not hungry right now.
Or it didn't want to disturb them or scare them.
Yeah, just watching at this point.
Like, y'all keep going. Let's see what happens.
Truthwalker says, it looked like one in that tree. Couldn't get a screenshot of it, though. Yeah, it's so hard to pause at the right spot sometimes. Jody says, Black Death. Wow, Tracker t-shirt.
Is that what his shirt says?
Did it?
I don't know.
I hadn't even noticed it. Good eye, though, Jody.
Yeah.
Jody says, Jamie, great words. Jamie says, big black stinky raccoon man, predator, Bigfoot, Black Death.
Yeah, you're right, Jamie. Good.
Tracker Lorna says, faces in that tree roots. I wondered about that too, but some of the pixelating on our TV, sometimes we, don't want to call something because we're not sure with the.
And that translucent look, you catch it like that.
War Chief has a real good, clear, super clear TV.
There's Judy. It's Judy sees it.
Hey, Judy. Judy sees it.
All right. And I believe Judy's going to be in the next tracker course as well.
Oh, awesome.
All right. Okay, we're going to go a little further with this professional hiker. And Jeremy says, yeah, they should stay close together, especially in these territories.
Yeah, and the look in the girl's face and that was just priceless. That was so funny.
Yeah. And Judy says the hunting ground. Yeah, it sure is. It is. And people go missing in this area all the time.
We go down to the ravine, this little bottom section. This trail just goes straight up the mountain.
You didn't factor this in.
So now, are you happy you're carrying your girlfriend's stuff too?
That 50-pound rucksack. And of course, the camera's not going to give you what it looks like to you in real life. It shows the overview. But when you're standing down here, you're looking straight
it never
up there.
does it justice. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Where are you going?
It looks much more flat.
And they've already been
film.
running down to the river, taking pictures and, you know, chasing ducks. And, oh my goodness.
Does not do it enough justice on video. It is just up
we
there.
agree with that.
We agree.
But just so you have an idea.
There was a bird alerting on them. And she,
over here.
yeah, back there. She's already going, where are we going? We just went uphill. Now we're going downhill. Now we're going back uphill. You're the hiker, right? Why didn't you tell me to put on hiking boots, wear different clothes, bring a rope, bring a compass and a map and flashlights? Why did you tell me that?
Just goes straight up the mountain. Does not do it enough justice on video. It is just up there.
Alert bird.
But just so you have an idea of what the inclines are like, no switchbacks, straight up. Halfway up, but at least you can see they're still coming out here and putting some fresh ones on this to better mark this trail. I'll take it.
Look at that distance.
These inclines.
She's still way
I want to take it.
Can you help me
All
here?
right, we'll top this.
I think she was tapping out. I think she put her hands out like that's no. Get the camera off of me. Don't watch me try to climb this hill.
Here. Yeah, just so you can criticize how I do it. and brag about how you do it better.
I don't want to take it.
That's the only time he looks back at her is when he's stopped, and then he laughs.
All right, we're top of the hill. We got a road crossing.
He strikes me as
Luckily,
a
very
very
easily marked
selfish
on where to go.
person.
Yeah, he does seem a little selfish there. He's worried about him, and and it's also bad because he's kind of like making fun of her as not.
Yeah, he's mocking her and
not making it, not being up to par, as they say.
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised if they actually follow through with the wedding, if she does a few more trips with this.
Everybody saying hello to Jeremy, and everybody saying hello to Judy. Jeremy's saying hello to Joyce, and Judy's saying that's a scary place then for sure. Sure is. Jody said they should have brought a flare. Bring a flare. All that. Yeah, this guy. Our trackers wouldn't go with this guy, or they would say, do you know where you're going? Do you know that those are inclines? Have you read your map? Do you have a compass? Do you have a flashlight? Because if you get, oh my goodness.
We better keep going. We're not going to get through it.
Yeah. And Jamie says, I wonder if the boyfriend knows he walked past a nightmare later looking at his video.
Probably never even noticed.
He don't notice anything right now. You could tell he don't know what's going on. And a lot of times when you get tired, you're just wanting to make it to the next point, and you'll walk. You won't be paying attention, and
you're just looking at your feet, going one in front of the other.
Yeah, just hoping your foot goes in front of the other one.
So, we'll be heading that way. Cranky. What do we have here? This is nature. This is wonderful. This is why I come out here. Looks like they're.
And it doesn't matter who put that out there. Somebody put that out there.
Yeah.
And somebody may have been drinking out there.
Yeah.
And if they did, they may have got lost out there.
Soaking in walnut. Lord knows I'm not messing with that guy's stuff. That's definitely some type of trap.
Good.
So I've seen enough horror movies. Keep going.
Agreed.
At least he agreed with it, but now horror movies, the thought is there too, because where do you think you're going?
Even these power line things like this,
Yeah.
game takes this area a lot, so there'll be blinds on both sides all the way down.
And
I don't
Bigfoot's
think they're
use it
taking this way, but
as a hunting area too.
yeah, so just something to keep in mind.
When you come into this, you're gonna see blinds in those wood
Yeah.
lines. And especially right there, there's a spot. There's a whole bunch of spots anyway.
Just cross that open area I just showed. You might feel like going straight through isn't the exact path, but there's a little. Just cross that open area I just showed. You might feel like
Big bow right there. Looks like a pool down there too.
going straight through isn't the exact path, but there's a little windy section. You just keep following.
Tell what this
the
is, if that's all just stones,
Looks
or if
like
there's any bones in there, because they're all so bright white. It might be quartz. A lot of times that quartz will be pulled up, especially here in Oklahoma and in the Bigfoot areas. Quartz holds energy.
yeah, I
It's
can't
like a
tell
battery.
what that is over there. Those two things. Back up this here.
Just cross that open area I just showed. You might feel like going straight through isn't the exact path, but there's a little windy section. You just keep following the path you should see on the ground, and you'll get more markers showing you you're on the right path.
And this right here is a blind area. It's coming up. Must be on a corner.
I don't know if you can just tell from the video, if you can see the trail, but it was like this for, I don't know, 300 meters. Luckily, there's small things like.
Look at that. Look how pitifully that's marked.
And that trailway is covered with leaves that it's hard to even see that trail.
Yes.
And if you're looking for this at nighttime, and
Look.
if you pass this, you're not going to see that whatsoever. Yeah, got a pool, or looks like a bow in the back. Oh my goodness.
This for, I don't know, 300 meters. Luckily, there's small things like this, but this is completely overtaken by the tree with a light red marking around it. Still let you know you're on the right path, but without stuff like that, I start getting really worried. Again, I would recommend the All Trails app. You could just open it up. There's plenty of signal here. You don't have to pay for the offline version, but just to make sure you're on the right path. Almost busted my ass. Let's keep going.
Now, hear what he said. There's plenty of signal here. So even if you have that app and do get it, if you can, and you got the room for it, but know that if you don't have signal, and really most of the places out there don't have signal.
They don't really.
Just why the mapping is so important.
Everybody's saying, Joyce saying blessings, Jerry. Truth Barker saying laugh out loud, Jerry. Or blessing Jeremy. Says, hey, Judy. Judy saying hello to everybody. Cubener says, the whole area is a trap. The polling is so poorly marked. It sure is. This is designed to get people lost. And there's a lot of missing people in this area. And James said, leaving her behind like a pet. She's not a Girl Scout.
Right.
You're right. You're right.
Most people wouldn't even leave their pet behind like that.
No, sure wouldn't.
They'd be
carrying
carrying
it, yeah.
Offline version, but just to make sure you're on the right path.
This ravine.
Almost busted my ass. Let's keep going.
Is that a ravine?
The amount of
that.
down trees on this trail
And a bow.
is a lot.
Danger zone.
Ugh. Go ahead, Ashley.
You see, he turns back just to make fun of her. Because he knows she's going to have a hard time with something.
Yeah.
What a jerk.
And she's in her tennis shoes. And she already looks tired. And they're probably, what, 2 miles in?
Yeah.
And they still got 10 miles to go because they've been doing, let's go look at this duck. Let's go look at this creek. Let's go.
And she's not a hiker. She doesn't normally do this. She needed to be built up much more before this.
Before going out and doing
And this
something
may
like this.
turn her off of doing it ever.
And all these things are saying this is territory that you're going through.
Yeah.
They're going further in.
Be easier without the bag. So majestic.
What a jerk.
Yeah, that was uncalled for. Even Jeremy says it right here. Yeah, what a man. And he seen that she struggled and said, oh, majestic.
How majestic.
How majestic.
Wow.
Yeah, she shouldn't be with this guy for sure.
If I was her, I wouldn't go under that. Actually, I would go down to that low end and go over it. But
I would say, you know, it's quicker if we turn around and go back. It's only 2 miles that way.
yeah, right.
Let's go ahead and get out of here.
Yeah.
Be easier without the bag. So majestic.
Heaven forbid you don't.
Well done. Well done. Oh, I'm sure there are days.
Give her a hand.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Boom.
Yeah, I was about to say she should have punched him. You want to see majestic? Look at his right hook. Overhand right.
Ah, he stumbled. So majestic.
That's majestic.
He didn't mention that.
I'm sure there are days, a lot of rain.
But
this creek gets high and it's probably tough to pass, but we do have to pass to be able to continue down this trail part. I'll put that part on the screen, but the creek is very nice. That small, flowy water. Oh, it's gorgeous.
He's like,
so
you
I'll put the location of where we are.
let me see if I can see that map.
The creek is very nice.
Okay. Now, it kind of gives you a little thing, but you know, like these are the top of the hills, top of a hill, top of a hill. So they're walking around top of the hill, but then they're going to go between a valley, so they're going to be going down, back up along top of a hill. This is not a good map. This shows you the flat. It don't show you
what
the
you're
elevation.
Really getting into.
What you're really getting into. This doesn't show you these. This is what you need to be looking at, your contour lines. How high these elevations are. If you're going by something like this, it's just telling you which way to go. All this looks just like you're going on a flat area around. You're going to be going around. You're going to be crossing the river here to get back. You see these little zigzag lines? They're not real good, but these are creeks, waterways. But this is not a good map to use out there. It's not clear enough to see where you're going and in your terrain. It's not a good map to use.
That small, flowy water. Oh, it's gorgeous. So I'll put the location.
And it was blinking out. So the GPS is not that good. But also we got to understand where it's blinking out at.
Yeah.
So let's pay attention to this next spot right here.
The creek is very nice. That small, flowy water. Oh, it's gorgeous.
GPS
so I'll
is going
put the location of where we are on the screen, but
geez, it's creepy looking.
This is very creepy. This is disturbing also. You see his arrow? It's going this way. Now, most of that reflective is painted over. Yeah. There's usually a man or a symbol in these things telling you which way to go, but that's been blocked out. So now you just got to follow The
That
spray
ugly little
paint,
bloody looking arrow.
the blood path spray paint. Oh my goodness, they ain't going this route.
They actually, Ashland
GPS
pointed
is
this out
going
as
in
we
and out.
walk this way, because if you look, looks like it continues off that way, but that
Down.
location of where we are.
Now, this is the very, very, very worst disturbing part of this video.
Yeah. And he just said Ashland pointed it out.
Yeah, Ashley pointed out, not him picking this up.
Not Mr. Superhero
You
here.
see this arrow? You see how that's blanked out? You don't see anything in there. This has been colored over for a reason. Now, this arrow is saying go this way, go this way, go this way, go this way.
On screen, but they actually, Ashland pointed this out as we walk this way, because if you look, it looks like
Okay, I'll back it up just a second.
so I'll put the location of where we are on the screen, but they actually, Ashland pointed this out as we walk this way, because if you look, it looks like it continues off that way, but the actual trails to go across and continue up there,
The trail that was marked, I mean, there's a well-worn trail that goes that way. Normally, especially at nighttime, you would be following that well-worn trail. This one's not worn so much that you have to go up. Even though that sign is there, you don't really see the trail going up.
That's just a smear.
And that's just a smear, yeah. But that other one is a well-worn trail that everybody would go. But this one is covered up and it's not. And if it's nighttime and you make this mistake, you're going in the wrong direction. And if your GPS goes out, you're going in the wrong direction. That's why you need a map and know how to work it out there.
start a new bulge of the trail this way, but they spray painted an entire arrow. They put an arrow here too, so good catch. It's very easy to just continue on if you're talking and not paying attention and you think it's just another hiking trail marker and not an arrow going right. It's also that red one over there. So we're gonna go ahead and cross this massive river and then continue with the bulge. Yeah, really keep an eye out
So
for them red
Ashley, who
markers.
he's been making fun of the whole time, just saved them.
Yeah.
Looks like we can probably safely cross over there.
At least he gave her
We'll
credit.
go down there. It's pretty shallow, luckily. Not a lot of rain recently. I know it can be confusing just after this cross.
And 90% of the people would get lost right here.
So if you don't know, when you look at like the little guy and he's facing that way, that's supposed to mean you go that way.
Yep.
Otherwise, it'll be the opposite. So you pay attention.
Now this one doesn't have anything on it. This one's been scraped off, cleaned off. This person has been removed. This is a new marker.
And this actually looks like an arrow that goes that way.
Yeah, but there's also a smudge up here.
Very
on this side of
confusing
the
area.
tree. And you've got two markers here.
One's on almost on the other side of the tree.
There's no reason for two markers.
Yeah.
And this man is pointed that way. And there's a blind right here.
But this arrow is going that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bow.
And a bow. So the majority of the people without a map, without a GPS, would follow this marker. They would say, well, that's
they
not
wouldn't
even
even
on
see
there.
that arrow
No.
at night.
Sure wouldn't. And this right here is, well, there's not even on there, so let's go with this one.
Yeah.
Shallow, luckily. Not a lot of rain recently. I know it can be confusing just after this crossing. There was an arrow going right. There's that arrow left. There's another arrow down there looking left, and also an arrow pointing straight down.
And a bow right there. Now, how creepy is that?
How creepy
You've
is
got
this
two
entire
different directions.
situation?
Yeah.
And an arrow on a tree that's leading you past this
Deeper
bowl,
into the woods.
deeper into the woods. We're gonna back it up just so you can see that again.
I know it can be confusing. Just after this crossing, there was an arrow going right. There's that arrow left. There's another arrow down there looking left, but also an arrow pointing straight down. Again, highly recommend all trails. Luckily,
See, this is saying go left.
What if he didn't have that app and it didn't work right there?
He would be going this way.
You'd be going to whatever reason they had that turn completely around. Did you know that other one looks like it's just scraped off, worn off,
Yeah.
and then
Where he's at right now, that marker on the hiking thing, on the hiking marker trail, and that extra arrow on the tree a little further out says to go this way.
off into danger.
And
Totally
if
get
they
lost.
took that road, if they didn't have this map, this GPS,
And it didn't work at that moment.
they would have went this way. There would have been another missing person, and Bigfoots are all out there.
That needs to be corrected.
It
right
sure
away.
does. This park is endangering a lot of people, and a lot of people go missing. And I can guarantee you, this is one of the markers
spots where they do.
where they go missing. That's just,
Concerning.
yeah. People are getting killed out there following these markers. And this guy, luckily he had the GPS.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
And that it was working right then, because earlier it was glitching. Things were glitching. We're gonna go through the comments real quick. Cube says, not just a jerk, he's a fool.
Yeah.
Graybeard says that guy is fragile.
Yeah.
Jody says, right hook. Ha,
Yeah,
ha,
she
ha.
should have came in and just punched you right in the mouth.
She might before it's over.
Yeah.
Jeremy's laughing. Cube says the boyfriend needs to fall over and break something major. He'll have to ask her for help then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Judy's laughing. Truthwalker says there's a blind there too, Jerry.
Yeah.
Jamie says, Ashley, notice this. What is she, a Bigfoot researcher or his girlfriend? Well, she's his fiance, but at that point, she did a better job than he did a minute ago.
Yeah. They would have got
Surprised
lost.
he gave her credit for it.
They would have got lost in the first place. In this place, if they didn't have the map, they would have got lost again.
Cube says, whichever authority is in charge of this park knows what is in there and open to sacrificing people to the Bigfoot looks very suspicious to me.
Yeah.
Something weird
sure
going on
is.
there. You know, either it's an individual out there trying to lure people into creepy areas, or it's more insidious even than that. Judy says, oh my. Joyce says, that's what I was thinking, Cube. Cube says, neither of them are researchers, Jamie. They're professional hikers, or at least he is supposed to be. Yeah, I think she's just new with him. I don't think she doesn't seem like she normally tracks with him. We don't know how long they've been together or anything, but he's hiked a lot more.
Jameson, what I'm saying, he's a jerk.
Yeah.
He is.
I agree. I don't think he's very nice at all to her.
No.
So now we know where some of her sarcasm comes from, because she's sick of him.
Yeah. Let's get back to, I'm not sure. I hope I didn't fast forward it too much. Let me see.
yeah, lots of views.
I did. Let me back up just a little bit, find that.
Gorgeous views outside of the rain.
And actually, I think she is a beautiful, tall, majestic girl.
Okay. Because this is a very important part of this film, is that they would be lost if they didn't have that GPS.
Yeah.
And they would have been like, well, the hiker's going that way, the arrow's going that way. Let's follow it. Let's take the path, because that's where the marker's going. These people would be lost right here.
I know it can be confusing. Just after this crossing, there was an arrow going right. There's that arrow left. There's another arrow down there looking left, but also an arrow pointing straight down. Again, highly recommend all trails. Luckily, I can just turn and see that we need to be going left and not right. Definitely looks like you could just walk off in that direction thinking it's there, but yep, the app for all trails definitely useful.
And they're going right underneath bows.
Definitely looks like you could just walk off in that direction thinking it's there, but
Bow right here.
The app for all trails definitely useful.
Blind over there. Bow here.
Steep incline. You couldn't run away that way.
No, you're in a trap, a funnel.
For this, since it's not the most well-marked location.
Another bow.
Another bow.
Blinds.
Blind here.
Little choke point.
Yeah, all right there.
Out here, that beautiful rain. I know it's cold and the rain's kind of bad, but man, it sounds so nice.
Oh, good.
Currently going through the biggest incline so far.
Oh my goodness.
He's wishing now he hadn't expended all that energy.
He's not gonna make it. Is that? Oh my goodness.
Just halfway through this bulge. Gotta make it all the way up there. I'm still going.
Oh,
Made it to the top of the mountain, but
she is struggling.
that was a tough stretch. Pretty much straight up.
You got those blinds over there. They're walking through here.
Well, it felt like 70 degrees at times, but went up there, took a left. We're kind of on the downhill path now, just following the ridge line of this little line of mountains that we're on until we get back to the area.
So they're halfway.
Gee,
they are halfway, and they still got mountains
and both
water.
already struggling.
They're both struggling. She's struggling more. I think he's struggling. He's just acting more like
acting tough.
Acting like, yeah, like he's got something.
He got something, all right.
He's in danger, this person.
I'm gonna go refill our drink.
Okay.
Right next to the river. And I think we're going to be stopping for some snacks there.
Okay, first of all, even though you're halfway and you're out there tracking and you're going up hills and down hills, steep inclines, do not stop out there because you will lock up. Especially if you've got a longer track than what these people are doing, your body will cramp up and you're down for at least 4 hours because any movement that you make, you're going to catch a cramp after that. If you stop and try to rest, you always have to push through because you will cramp up. And even when that cramp lets go, you're going to be walking stiff-legged. And whenever you see that next mountain, you're going to have your toes up in the air, trying to go sideways. You're going to be struggling. And if you don't get up that one, you're there for the night. And this is when the predators who have been watching you all this time are going to come in. Cubaner says, he's so precious, not so full of energy now, huh? She needs to get out and leave him behind. I'm sure he'll be fine. Yeah, this guy's, even though he's pretending that he's okay, he's hurting. And Jody says, does the predator know how exhausted they are and wait for easier prey? Yes.
Yes.
They're following them right now. They're saying, well,
Hoping they'll spend the night.
And hoping that they would have taken that right path because the Bigfoots know that's deep into the forest. So if they would have went that way, the Bigfoots would just been waiting, let them cramp up. And Graybeard says, I'm sure they do. And then Cuban says, I would say so, Jody. They watch us to learn how we behave then, and know when we're tired. And Jamie says, oh man, she looks tired. Her buddy, she's your baby, knucklehead. You're right. You're right. And Jody is thinking Cube and Graybeard. Yeah, he's leaving her behind basically. He's saying if you make it, you make it.
I bet she's having some second thoughts.
Yeah, and this guy, he looks like he don't want to be on that 411. He looks like he wants to make it out. But don't be stopping up there and having a picnic or anything, especially on these inclines. And you're only halfway and you're struggling right now. Push through and make it out. Then have a dinner. Then have something.
Yeah. I mean,
But should be
seriously, can people not go a few hours without food?
Yeah.
fine, so we can back
Halfway.
to the area right next to the river. And I think we're going to be stopping for some snacks there. But should be more than halfway through.
Should be.
Should be.
Yeah, you should be.
You should be. You'd already been long
You've been
gone, but you're out
sightseeing.
chasing ducks.
Just about halfway.
And she is
Starting to rain
tired.
a bit harder. If I find something super interesting, I'll show you. But we'll catch up with you guys when we're back at the river. I'm going to go ahead and put my camera away. See you then.
Because he's tired and he doesn't want anybody to know.
We don't want to clear the camera. Right there. We got a bridge right here. Bigfoot Bridge right there. He don't know where he's at and he don't know what he's looking for.
Another phone charger.
Oh, here's one.
Oh, thank you.
So there's a Bigfoot Bridge right there. This guy doesn't know where he's at and what's around him because he done went by blinds, pull down structures, trap areas.
He doesn't even know that.
Bigfoots.
He doesn't even know that.
He's endangering this woman that's
The
with
woman
him.
that he loved so much.
Yeah. Cube says this guy's a real Durango. Aussie slang for a term stronger than full. Durango.
Haven't heard that one. We may use it.
She needs to rethink her choice for a boyfriend. He is not in her best interest for sure.
Seriously, though.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be.
That's not someone you're going to want to depend
reliant on him.
No,
The rain has settled. We're just at the end of the bulge, but just had to come down here and get a view of this. Well, we're gonna head there and hopefully get some food. And all right, another crossing. Easy.
Each little crossing now is starting to concern him. Oh, and those rocks like that are so
And
slippery.
if you slip on there and get hurt out there,
Oh,
you're in trouble too.
Probably a bit slippery. You last saw us way down there.
Way
Coming
down
all
there.
the way up, steep incline, coming this way, continuing along. That was brutal. That was another brutal incline.
Oh my goodness. That was another brutal incline, and they're just barely halfway
these
past.
people are at least 20 years our juniors.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
But onward.
Maybe 30.
Gorgeous views outside of the rain. Taking that turn and following the ridge line right against what should be the river down there.
Should be.
Can't quite see it.
Should be.
She found a pretty spot, but she would
Yeah,
hate
lots of
to
views.
walk off of that.
Again with
the
that
darkness.
big backpack.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Now if that girl had a backpack on like that, they wouldn't have made it this far.
Mm-mm.
She'd be like, I'd have left that on the side of the trail somewhere. Anybody can have that.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness. You don't carry a big thing like that. You carry just what you need. Wow.
Are you like buffalo? Which one do you want?
I'll do chicken deer.
Like, why was all this heat and all that necessary just for a day hike?
1 cup.
Unnecessary weight.
She's like, I want to go home.
He's like, here, make yourself useful.
I don't know if the camera can pick that up, but that is the Ho Chi Town train. Is that what it is? Pretty cool. Ready? Go ahead and use your. Yeah, just make sure you get the bottom corners. Yeah, I believe it. We're gonna finish up here, continue going that way, and then should be on the trek back home.
Should be.
But it's starting to rain a bit more. I'm gonna go ahead and put this away. We'll see eventually.
Eventually.
Should be.
Switching to the action camera because it is
She's stumbling.
very rainy.
She is hurting. Oh my goodness. She's taking small steps.
Switching to the action camera.
Oh,
it is
she's wobbly.
very rainy. It is cold. I wouldn't say it's quite freezing rain, but we are trekking through some serious Alan Wake 2 vibes right now.
You don't.
Well,
All these trees are
So
falling
look,
up.
they've been up there enough to cut through all these logs, but they can't remark those trails.
Yeah, they could get a chainsaw up there, but they can't carry a trail marker.
Yeah.
A little tin trail marker. Oh my goodness. And she is struggling. She's hurting. And these trees are falling uphill. They don't make any sense at all.
She says, you're going to go to the ballet with me after
well, we're at
this.
another crossing, and
Well,
it's
whatever
a
she's into.
bit more complex than normal, but you can see the trail over there. We follow the left side. So here we go.
So you know their feet are wet. They're cramping or they're turning into those little wrinkly toes because they're getting they're wet.
You know,
And
your
she's
body
wearing
does that so
sneakers.
that you have better traction.
Yeah, and she's wearing sneakers. Cuban there says, does he have a firearm that is a giant in that giant pack? If so, she needs to be carrying it. I wouldn't trust him with a sidearm even on a good day. Yeah. And Jody says, yeah, the fog is creeping in. Yeah, it's getting that time. And Jamie says, now cook me a meal, woman. I was just about to say that, but I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say
You're
that.
gonna make me a sandwich.
Cook me something, woman. And I didn't want to say that. But
You didn't know if he'd get in trouble.
yeah. And the Truth Marker says, now they are hiking on the full stomach.
Yes.
Exactly. Expending double the energy trying to digest at the same
Great
time.
point.
And also that blood is not, like you're saying, it's not digested right because it's going to the legs and it's not going to the stomach to digest.
And the fact that they're out there cooking and putting them smells out there.
Yeah. So now if they're carrying that package with them, they're smelling like whatever stew or whatever is in their backpack. So they're leaving a food scent with them as well as expending, because they're breathing hard.
Mm-hmm.
The smell of that food is coming
She
out
was just
also.
happy to get to sit down.
And Cubaner says, yeah, not a lot of sense is being utilized on this hike. Agree, Truth Walker. So ridiculous. And Katie agrees. She's laughing. Yeah, this guy's endangering her. She is tired and wobbly.
He's gonna be endangering himself here in a minute
Yeah,
if he keeps
and-
messing with her.
Yeah. I think he slowed down on the remarks because I think she's getting kind of fed up. So
Yeah.
get your feet wet some more. There you go.
And you know, he never.
All right, Ashlyn. Do what I did. Please don't bust your ass.
Oh, how
You got
sweet of you.
Good job. Yay.
So, oh, I can't stand this guy.
She
He's
kind of
so
like,
condescending.
oh, there's a bow right there.
He could even, look, he could even hold a stick back there for her to grab a hold of
Yeah.
too. Just out of kindness, you know?
Because you want to take precaution because you don't want anybody hurt up there.
No. Yeah, even out of selfishness, he should be making sure she gets across easily.
Yeah, just so, because you don't want to be carrying someone out of there unless
He
you,
wouldn't.
No, he said, I'll
He'd
be
like, I
back.
gotta go.
I'll be back. You wait here.
Yeah.
Another bow they're about to go under.
Looks like right now they.
So how weird is this? They just crossed from right to left, and now they got to cross back over from left to right. What was the point of that?
I don't know. But is there two winners? But also here's a bow tree. And this is a blind right here. These things will sit right here because this is with the path.
Back there too.
And this looks like a what do you call a
Blind.
something there. Could just be a distortion because of where we stop.
Got us crisscrossing across this little
This is a blind.
creek here that leads them to the river. That's the entrance again, so
That's
another
right
crossing we
there.
go.
Yeah.
Should be a lot easier than last one.
Yeah, what was the point of that? Just back in-
Get your feet wet, get you cramped up, get you tired.
Got that arrow.
Another
Let's
blind.
keep going.
Another blind.
Thankful for the addition of these
Pull
random
downs.
highlighted trail markers. So it is hard to know if I'm still on the
Little
right
blind
trail.
here.
Every now and then.
Blind. Right there at the trail marker. Right at that trail marker where he turned around.
Uh-huh. He's a big bow.
Yeah.
Trail. Every now and then.
Oh, let me back to that a second. Because when he stops and looks at that trail marker, he's looking the other way, and the blind is right behind him.
Got that arrow. Let's keep going. Thankful for the addition of these random
Looking that way,
highlighted trail
while the
markers.
blind is behind him.
So it is hard to know if I'm still on the right trail.
Right there.
Every now and then.
I.
Yeah, I am on the right trail.
Instead of we.
Okay, we're back on my my good
She's
camera.
had
I
it.
did take some videos with my action camera just to see.
She's starting to feel
all the
uneasy.
rain-
She's starting to look behind her,
Yeah, she's looking behind.
and she senses something.
But the rain has kind of subsided. We still have like 2 miles, just a long trek back before we hit.
She's
When-
like, "Oh Lord, help me!"
When he goes, we still got 2 miles. She looks straight up in the air
To God.
and says, "Oh, who is this guy?"
Yeah.
My action camera just to see
Say 2
all
miles.
the rain, but the rain has kind of subsided. We still have like 2 miles,
Oh,
just a long
Look at
trek
her
back
hands.
before we hit probably that pavement road and just walk all
Look
that.
at that motion with her hands.
But
It's
the
like,
rain
should
has
I
been
choke him?
intense. It's cold.
and everybody knows when you're tired, you put your hands on your knees. You will bend down because you're tired, and she does exactly that.
But the rain has been intense. It's cold.
Oh, she's tightened something up.
But we're doing it. I mean, there's a lot of water crossings in this area. It doesn't actually show that the river comes
She's
out here, the
coughing.
creek, but we've had to cross this 2 or 3 times. You'll see if I use the action camera video, but all right, let's keep going. Currently walking up an entire
Look at that.
staircase
Looks
in
like
nature.
Stairs, yeah.
It's great.
And
Look
you
at that. That is not
still-
easy. Fresh break, fairly
Fresh
fresh. Yeah.
And you still have to go up that.
Goodness. And she says 2 miles could be 10.
It's starting to rain like crazy. I don't know if you can see. There shouldn't really be much ahead of us, just a paved road back all the way back to the car.
Shouldn't be.
There shouldn't be.
Paved road all the way back to the car. He says to begin with, that road's not paved.
No. Eddie said it's only 2 miles.
Should be.
Should be. And there should be, and there could be. Oh my goodness.
If I see something, I'll film it on the action camera. Otherwise, we'll see you again in the car. But it's raining.
Yeah.
Next thing you'll see is the car. We'll be at the car next, okay? We're almost there. 2 miles. Don't worry.
Oh,
Next thing should be at the car.
I gotta put my gear away. All right.
Next
Having a
thing.
great time though.
Hi.
Having a great time.
Having a great
Still
time.
on the trek
Having a
back
great time.
to the car.
Still on the track back to the car, which he said the next thing should be at the car.
Back that up. I won't talk.
The next thing should be at the car.
I love
We should
his
be
du-
at
I
the
love
car.
It. I love his double. Having a great time. Having a great time. He's trying to convince
He's trying
himself
to convince
now, not just
her.
her.
I think,
I gotta put my gear away. All right. We're having a great time though. Having a great time. Still on the trek back to the car, but we found benches and a great view. Check this out.
It's a great view.
She just texted for help.
She said, I got
I'm
Wi-Fi.
looking- Ashley has no game face whatsoever. Every expression.
I don't see the car.
passes her mind. I see some more fog though.
I see the top of the mountain.
Yeah, I don't see a paved road.
I don't see a paved road. I don't. The
Oh,
next
my
scene
Lord.
was supposed to be at the car.
I'm gonna grab us some coffee.
Okay. The next scene was supposed to be at the car. They should have been loading up. He says, just right over here, just right over here. And now he's at the top of a mountain in a chair, taking a break, which they should need to keep pressing on because they're cold and tired. Just press on and get out of there. Don't get locked up. But he does not know his terrain, hasn't done his mapping. He doesn't know the extent of the elevations. His next scene was supposed to be at the car, but his next scene is at the top of a hill, top of a mountain. There's no parking lot out here. There are no people talking. There's no cars. And she's looking, she's tired, but she's also looking at him like, well, I'm not going to say.
Still on the trek back to the car, but we found benches and a great view. Check this out. Absolutely stunning.
She is exhausted, tired. He is too, but he's not.
The inclines and the rain are starting to get to us a bit,
A bit.
especially
A
the
bit.
She's
inclines.
truly too tired.
But we're almost there. We're almost at the
She's
paved
about
road.
to cry.
And we just
Yeah.
take
I
that
think
paved road
she's
all the way
had it.
back to the car.
I'm sorry for her.
Yeah.
Quite literally, probably like 0.2 miles away from where the paved road is. But just enjoying the view. We made it to the road, the end of the line.
Yay!
Oh my God. With the rain,
Look at how
how
she's
slippery it
walking.
is, the inclines.
She's wobbling
She
back and
barely
forth.
make it.
This
She
tired me out.
barely.
But we'll be taking this road all the way back to the car.
And look, they actually weren't
Oh my
that close to
God.
the car where he had that mark. They still had
We
quite
made
a
it.
ways to go. We're calling on God now.
Oh my Lord.
He's calling on
Just so
God
you gotta
now.
get this off my
He's like,
back right now.
baby. He's getting us home.
All that. Okay. Pause for a second.
Okay, honestly,
And what all did he use? They used a thermos cup. That's it. He had a water pouch strapped on, but that wasn't even in his backpack. So of all that weight he was carrying, what was the point?
What was the point?
Okay.
But I want to watch her wobble walk when she's coming across that road.
When you wobble,
She's
what's
dry.
that wobble dance?
She's going back and forth like, I'm so tired.
She
Let's
just
just get
forcing it.
there. Let's see, where was it?
She ain't gonna speak to him the rest of the way home.
but just enjoying the
Of
view.
course.
We made it to the road, the end of the line.
Watch her walk.
Oh my
Look
God.
how much further they still gotta go.
With
because
the
it's starting
walk-
to-
Walking like
rain,
the
how
Walking
slippery it
Dead,
is, the
kinda like-
inclines. This tired me out.
She
But we'll
went
be
out
taking this road all the way back to the car.
there. I'd
Oh
be
my
like,
God.
let's get out of here.
We made it.
Texas
Now,
tags
just
Oh,
sit
my
there and
Lord.
eat.
in Oklahoma. That's
I'm just so
that's
eager to
what the
get this off my
problem.
back right now.
You say Texas Tech?
Okay, honestly, I do think it's a fantastic trip.
That was not
So it was
8.8
about
miles.
9 miles.
That was probably about 15, maybe 20,
Yeah,
as far as the wear and tear on the body going up those mountains.
yeah, if you look at it like that,
Yeah,
compared to walking flat, 8.8 miles would
yeah,
feel
it'd
like
be
15.
flat 8.8 miles.
You know how they say the weather is this degree, but it feels like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it was a lot of fun. The rain made it really difficult for us. The marking, they tried to mark it as well as they could,
No, they
but
didn't.
No,
marking
you
still sucks. You need to watch
Yes, it
your all
does.
trails. You can still just bring up the app while you're on the trail looking at it, and
That's
your
good
iPhone will
advice.
still put your dot on there. So you don't need to pay for a plus, but you really do need it. I'm ready to go home and eat everything I possibly can. But thanks for watching. Stay tuned. We're going to Washington soon.
She's like, yay.
Bye.
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 All right, I'm here with Red. We're at the
Now I
Dinosaur
gotta
Valley
bring
State.
someone else next time.
She said, I ain't going with you,
And look,
bro.
he's got a little matching T-shirt with this guy.
Yeah, but she was like, bye. We're going to turn this back around and
Have our coffee and read the comments. Boy,
And
that
then-
we managed to make this last
I-
almost 4 hours.
I didn't know it was almost 4 hours. But when her last words was bye. And the next video is he's got another person with him.
Yeah.
You see that? No, I ain't going. You don't know where you're
And
going.
she has a new boyfriend
And she's got a new boyfriend.
who's a city man.
You're like, bye. I mean, even the words, you could just tell. Let's see.
Let's start with
Jody says, "Oh man, that ascent alert! Yikes!
Yeah.
Yeah, eating up there and just letting things know, especially when they see that you're tired and everything." And Cubaner says,
He's not a good man. I'd be cooking a meal laced with laxatives just for him, LOL.
"Oh yeah, and leave him out.
You better
there.
just to leave.
You better just
Jamie.
you go your way. I'm gonna go my way.
Yeah, take care.
Take care."
Jamie says, look at her face. Oh man, she's exhausted. Hold my coffee. I'll talk to this jerk. Let Jamie at him.
Let Jamie say, she said, I'll have a talk with this one. Let me have this one.
Truth Walker's laughing. Jamie says, good idea, Cube. Pamela Smith is laughing. Jeremy says he is in so much trouble.
He is.
Tracker Lorna says a huge worried look on her face. Truly.
Oh yeah, I thought she looked like she's about to cry when she was
did.
sitting on that bench.
I thought so too.
She went. Could have been the walk or something, but she's kind of looked like.
Joyce said she's had enough. Good night, everyone.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Joyce.
All right, everybody saying good night to Joyce.
Let's see.
Truth Walker says, "Yeah, you're going to start losing that light too."
Yeah,
Sure
that's
were.
what we
It
were
was
concerned
good.
if they were going to get out of there in time.
Yeah.
Cube says, good night, Joyce. Blessings. Jody says, good night, Joyce. Truth Walker's laughing. Jeremy says, fun? yeah, who you convincing, dude?
Yeah.
Jamie says, oh man, she's miserable. The worst date ever.
Well, he's got another person with him on this one, so I don't think there's a second date.
This dude's probably going to say the same thing. Judy.
No.
Judy's laughing.
So you lost your mind asking me to go back out with you.
Cube says, absolutely, Jamie. Worst date ever. Y'all are so funny. Tracker Lorna says, probably won't be able to move the next day. No, and they'll probably be cramping
in the car
on their way home.
Yeah, sure would be.
Jamie says, take a dude, not your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Or if it's, just somebody, a girl can do it too, but
understand
you don't
the terrain.
start out with that.
And understand the terrain. let her know we're going to be
What's
going
up?
up some steep
Make
inclines
sure that she can handle it.
for miles.
Yeah, so take some smaller hikes
And
first.
most people would say, like,
Filled up.
we're going to
He
do
wasn't
what?
even ready for it.
So we're going to do what? We're going to go up 70-foot inclines all day.
Put on that
Tell
treadmill
her
that goes
before.
uphill.
Because she will say, I'll wait at the car for you.
Yeah, I'll pick you up at the other
I'm going to
end.
go to the restaurant, get me something to eat. What'd you say, 4 hours? Okay, I'll be back in 4 hours. I'll pick you up. But no, I'm not going with you.
Yeah. Jeremy says, Jerry, I sent you a video late last night or early this morning. Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, it was. I haven't got to it. Oh wow, that video made me tired.
Well, we're almost at 4 hours, so that's perfect.
All right.
So we'll go ahead and pray and let everybody get out of here.
And we appreciate you spending time with us tonight.
We sure do.
And these are things that we wanted to show this video because the things that we teach in the tracker course can save your life, can save other people's lives. And if they knew the position of where they would be, they could calculate about where they would be, map it, and get
know
up
what
out
they're
there.
up against.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And those markers, they were designed to get people lost.
Yeah, that's a problem.
It is. And that should not be anywhere out there in the middle of nowhere. Those markers, they should be taken down and visually better designated tracking trails.
And they shouldn't be setting out on something like that on a rainy day.
No.
With fog going.
No.
It's already cold or they wouldn't have those big jackets on. So you don't want to be wet and cold. That's, she may end up with pneumonia or something after that.
Yeah. You're right.
So, all right, we're going to go ahead and say our prayers and let everyone get out of here. Lord, thank you. Thank you that you got Ashley home safely, Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
And him too, I suppose. But hopefully they learned some good lessons from this, Lord. And they didn't even know the other things that they were up against out there. And that if they hadn't made it out of there before dark, could have been a real problem. Thank you for letting us use this as a teaching tool. Thank you for these beautiful people that join us here and they just are our friends and friends that become family. We just thank you for it all, Lord. Let everybody have a good, peaceful night's rest or day, as the case may be. Just a good, peaceful day. We love you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Don't forget, tracker meeting Tuesday. We're going to see y'all again, and thank you for spending this time
on Wednesday.
With us.
Yeah,
another watching Wednesday on Wednesday. We may swing one tomorrow. Maybe.
Yeah, we may. We'll just see how we feel tomorrow.
And we want to show some extra video and things that we're doing and preparing for other things.
Yeah.
So everyone, have a great night. And we will see you all again very soon.
Good night, warriors.
Good night, warriors.
So beautiful.
Are we moving?
so weird. The effect's not quite the same on film. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. You gotta say a prayer.